Senator Lamb.
Senator Reedy. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon. Thank you for coming to the Senate Finance Committee. Today is Thursday, February 6th. We're going to hear 8 bills today, which I'll read the order in just a minute. I want to introduce myself. I'm Senator Pam Vidal, Chair of the committee, and not with me today, but will be here shortly is my Vice Chair, Senator Antonio Hayes. We're going to ask that when you come to the table, the sponsors get as much time as they need, and all the witnesses get 2 minutes. Please honor the 2 minutes. And here is the bill order. We're going to start out with Senator Giles' bill 459, then 439, 305, 373, 353, 382, 413, and 357. That being said, the order can change any time depending if our members are in another committee testifying or someone that's due here is in another committee, but that's the plan. So Senator Gall, would you like to start with Senate Bill 459? And you have one panel member, Melissa Boland.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Senate Finance Committee. For the record, Senator Don Guile, here to present Senate Bill 459. This legislation updates an outdated term in state law to ensure that any government-approved epinephrine delivery product can be used during an emergency. The bill changes the statutory term for auto-injectable epinephrine, i.e. EpiPen, to emergency use epinephrine in all references in state law. This change is needed to include additional government-approved epinephrine delivery products that do not involve bodily injection. By way of background, in August 2024, the Federal Drug Administration approved Neffy, that's N-E-F-F-Y, the first needle-free epinephrine delivery device. Neffy is a single-dose nasal spray. Epinephrine nasal sprays like Neffy are easier to use than auto-injectors. Many people with anaphylaxis and their caregivers tend to hesitate when using auto-injectors, in part because of worries about injecting a needle. Studies show any hesitation or delay in administering epinephrine puts patients at risk for worse outcomes and even death. In a study by the Allergy and Asthma Network, 72% of participants reported that they would prefer using an epinephrine nasal spray instead of an auto-injector, and 82% would prefer needle-free epinephrine instead of an injection. Another product, anafluolin,
I think so.
Okay, is in the final stages of FDA approvals and works like a breath strip by dissolving under the tongue. Given the ease of administering these products relative to an EpiPen, and that the manufacturer of Neffy is providing the product free to schools, it is likely that some schools, child care providers, and others who currently keep auto-injectable epinephrine on hand would prefer to use a different product. For Marylanders to take full advantage of these new advices, the state law needs to be updated. This bill would simply update the terminology in all sections of state law so that any FDA-approved epinephrine delivery device or product could be used. Notably, the bill would take effect in time for the start of the upcoming summer camp season and school year. Per the fiscal note, this bill would not require additional state resources, and for these reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 459.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Melissa Boland, and I am a BSN RN in Maryland and a nationally board-certified school nurse. I'm also an active member of the Maryland Association of School Health Nurses. I urge support of Senate Bill 459, which will amend language regarding stock emergency epinephrine in schools, allowing for FDA-approved injection-free options like intranasal Neffy. Severe allergic reactions are daily health risks in our schools. As a school nurse in Montgomery County, I regularly address anaphylaxis risks, ensuring preventive measures are in place and prompt care initiated in the event of a life-threatening reaction. I have witnessed such emergencies firsthand and been grateful for fast-acting stock epinephrine being available. The gold standard first treatment for anaphylaxis is epinephrine. However, the only option until now has been by injection. In my experience, injectable epinephrine can be frightening for students, causes pain, and creates a risk of complications at the injection site, such as infection. Student fear of needles can also delay life-saving care. allowing for needleless options such as intranasal neffy and other products that become available, such as sublingual epinephrine, will lessen fear, increase comfort, and eliminate injection site risks while ensuring effective treatment. Such products will be easier for nurses to delegate to unlicensed staff, will improve staff safety as they are simpler to administer, and will reduce injury risk, such as from being hurt by a frightened student or due to a possible needle exposure. Allowing injection-free epinephrine ensures continued access to life-saving treatment in a less traumatic way. neffy for Schools offers free stock doses of epinephrine for most K through 12 schools. This advancement strengthens existing epinephrine programs, and I urge support for this bill to expand delivery options. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you.
We also have with us a new senator who is here representing EEE, and that's Senator Tarr. Do you have any questions, Senator? No, thank you. Do I have any questions from the committee? Sounds like a very good bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This ends the testimony for Senate Bill 459, and now we'll have Senator Lamb, Senate Bill 439, higher education, high-impact economic development activities, and Senator Tarr will stay with us through this hearing. Thank you. Senator, you don't have a panel, do you?
We do have representatives from the Office of Legislative Audits with us.
Is this Adam Westover and Joshua Adler?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Vital, members of the committee. Happy to be here to present Senate Bill 439. Senate Bill 439 is a bill that is filed on behalf of the Joint Audit and Evaluation Committee in my role as the outbound chair of this committee. This is based on a hearing and audit that had taken place earlier last year on high-impact economic development activities, or what are known as HIDAs. And I'll explain HIDAs in a second. So HIDAs were created in the statute, and I think my colleagues from the Office of Legislative Audits can speak to more of the history of this, but were created probably about 10 plus years ago. If you were in the General Assembly at the time, it was created with the intention of allowing the University System of Maryland to be able to have certain institutions within the system spin off programs and services that might have impact in the community and also might allow for greater commercialization and such. And so it was intended to give the university system some flexibility in engaging in these high impact economic development activities. And the HIDA program was supposed to be overseen by the USM Board of Regents, and they have special abilities within the statute that were given to them to, in some instances, be exempt from state procurement law provisions. And so these high-impact economic development activities could support job creation or workforce development, technology transfer, commercialization, entrepreneurship, and also increase sponsored research funding, all intended to help support that university or institution. So it was intended to help them be more nimble and was advocated by university system at the time. And so fast forward a couple years, the Office of Legislative Audits had last year published a report of the University of Maryland Global Campus. And UMGC has two HIDAs, high impact economic development activities, that were spun off from the university. And their audits came across some really interesting findings when it came to UMGC and these types of business initiatives. And they can certainly speak to more of the details, but at a high level, it found that for example, the IT department at UMGC was entirely taken out of the university and put into a separate outside venture. State employees either were transferred in or were terminated. And they also found that it was an open question how much value these HIDAs provided back to the state. There was also questions about governance of HIDAs, because on one hand, they state that they are arm's length from the university. On the other hand, for example, someone on the UMGC board serves on the board of one of these HIDAs. And so there were also concerns about documentation when it came to UMGC and the relationship with these HIDAs, and procurements that were being sidestepped when it came to state procurement regulations because they were going through some of these HIDAs as well. And so at a high level, there was a lot of concern by the Joint Audits Committee about these HIDAs and the value that they actually provide back to the state and also to UMGC. And UMGC is one of the few USM institutions that use HIDAs and have spun them off. The audit also found that UMGC does spend a lot on advertising to the tune of $500 million over a couple of years. It's a significant amount. UMGC, during the hearing of the Joint Audits Committee, contends that they needed that level of advertising to be able to sustain their mission and their business model. And so that's all in the audits that OLA had reported last year, and our colleagues here can speak more to the details of that. What this bill does, there was a lot of concern from the Joint Audit Committee about these HIDAs and the kind of lack of oversight over these HIDAs in making sure that, that whole departments weren't being outsourced outside of a university, that people weren't losing their jobs over this, that this wasn't simply a way to squirt out under state procurement laws. And so what this bill does is really take some of the recommendations from their report. This is kind of a consensus of some of the most palatable recommendations and policy, I think, improvements to put forward to address some of the concerns with HIDAs. Again, these are supposed to be overseen by the University System Maryland Board. I think they've since recognized that they probably need better oversight, and they're instituting some reforms at the board level, at the system board level, to address HIDAs, and I think they're supportive of this legislation. So what this bill does is that it makes alterations to the statute that enables the University System of Maryland institutions to create HIDAs. A university may create one of these entities to create jobs and revenue that benefit the state. Obviously, this became an issue during this audit. What this bill does is requires the Board of Regents at the system level to report expenditures of state money to these entities and the net benefit of the entity's activities, and whether the board believes that that activity is in the best interest of the state, to have and ensure that the University of System Maryland Board is providing proper oversight over these HIDAs, and to make sure that they can justify back to us, if needed, why these HIDAs continue to exist, show that they provide value. The board is also required to adopt policies that will ensure that HIDAs are operating in the best interest of the state. The bill also makes clear that a HIDA cannot be related to the cost savings that would be connected to a reduction in university employees, that you can't just reduce university employees and ship them out to a HIDA as a way of getting them out from under the institution. And this really means that a university could not outsource benefited employees to a HIDA to qualify as a cost saving. This bill is critical to ensuring that taxpayer money is being efficiently used. It's also of significant concern to the committee, the Joint Audits Committee, that HIDAs were exempt from state procurement laws, which exist to protect taxpayers from taxpayer funds from being used on contracts that are not necessarily in the best interest of the state without proper oversight. This bill addresses that issue by removing those exemptions. So in future USM institutions who do engage in creating HIDAs, there will be better oversight over their ability to solely procure contracts for these HIDAs and from these HIDAs. So with that, let me stop there and see if our audit team has any background or additional information to be able to add.
Hi, my name is Josh Adler. I'm a director with Office of Legislative Audits. I'm here today with my colleague, Adam Westover, our manager. Our office doesn't take a position on the bill, but I would just like to say that this bill is a good government, common sense bill. And there are various aspects to the bill, but let me just describe or reinforce one that the senator mentioned. Right now, the HIDAs are exempt from procurement law. What this meant was that the University of Maryland Global Campus, instead of going out on the marketplace trying to get a contract, they contracted with one of these HIDAs. What happened is we lost $26 million. $26 million. We gave them a contract. The contract for a computer system, it went nowhere. The money's lost. And one could say, if that was competitively procured, we would have had a lot better chance for those services to have been successful. So this, like I said, the bill has various aspects to it, but I just want to reinforce that the bill is a common sense, good government bill, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
You have anything else to add, or you're just here for questions?
We're just here for questions, ma'am.
Senator Ellis, I see you have a question.
You see something, you say something in the bill to fix a problem. I have a couple questions, but I want to focus on that first, Mr. Westover.
I'm Adler. I'm Josh.
Josh? You're Josh, okay. Josh Adler, okay, sorry.
My father's Mr. Adler.
Okay, okay. Yeah, Josh. So when you say they lost
$6 million.
$6 million, okay, how does someone lose $26 million?
You pay for a system, and the system doesn't work.
Okay.
So therefore, it's like you go to Best Buy, you buy a stereo system, you can't return the stereo system, but it just doesn't work at all. So what I mean to say lost is it didn't do anything for us.
Yeah. And there's no recourse for them to fix what
Exactly.
they did not build properly?
Right. So the bill, the senator's bill would say they're no longer going to be exempt from procurement law. Meaning, instead of just saying, we're giving the contract to you without seeking competitive procurement, the bill would say, you want to give a contract out, you need a new computer system, you have to open up to the marketplace. It evaluated that way, which is the way almost all state government works.
So the people who took that money and did not deliver, is there any accountability for their lack of delivery of services?
No, sir.
It wasn't necessarily criminal, but that's why we're here to try to close this loophole. That basically they were able to sole source this, right? There was no bidding involved. It was sole sourced. And so, when they couldn't deliver, there wasn't anything to be able to show for it.
So nothing criminal, any ethical issues like just relatives getting contracts? Do you look at that, or any kind of other kind of relationships that CPS generally look at?
One of the problems we encountered during the audit is the HIDA would subcontract contracts out to other entities. And we requested, documents of how did the HIDA procure these other contracts, and we were not allowed to get those sort of records. So we can't speak to whether or not the subcontracts awarded out, if there were any sort of ethical things or not.
Yeah, okay.
When Adam says we weren't allowed,
Okay, yeah. I'm curious that we're allowed.
UMGC said that we weren't allowed because of some IRS regulations. we questioned their position on that very much so. But bottom line is, we were not given access to the records that we needed to conduct the audit, and therefore in the audit we say that it's a scope limitation. I mean, we just couldn't.
Okay, so you put this.
They couldn't get into it.
disclaimer
So
there.
basically, UMGC spun off something into a HIDA,
Yeah.
which was an outside entity. They did a sole source contract to the HIDA,
Yeah.
which was kind of spun off from themselves. And then the HIDA couldn't deliver. But when our Office of Legislative Auditor team went in, they could audit UMGC because it's a state kind of function, agency, entity. But they did not have access to the HIDA, which was arm's length, so to speak, from UMGC. They will contend that they're arm's length, but, for example, there were board members that served on the UMGC board that also served on the HIDA board.
Yeah.
and there were other connections as well.
Yeah.
And so it seemed very disturbing to us, and I think this was the first time
Yeah.
OLA has encountered this type of scenario where they could not look in, they were denied permission to audit or look into the HIDA, even though they had permission to look at UMGC.
It seemed like I don't know the audit, but it seemed like there's some conflict of interest there. And those instances, instead of walking away, are there referrals you can make to the appropriate authorities in the state who can subpoena those records and get them? Just a question. I'm not sure
After
you can give an answer now, but
After the audit went out, the HIDA's board did say that they would give us access to records in the future, but we haven't decided what we're going to do for future audits if it
Yeah.
stays the way it is.
yeah. So the money they quote unquote lost, they're kind of put in a box. No one can look at it, which is highly unusual.
Right.
So it's gone. It's been
I have
spent.
10 more questions, but I won't ask any of them.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Maybe the vice chair can help you with some of those questions. Vice Chair Hayes.
Know about that. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for bringing the bill before us, Senator. You guys had spoke earlier to the fact that they were exempt from procurement law, and this bill will correct it. When I look at the bill, like lines, 13 through 21 on page, whatever this page is, 4, it seems to eliminate a section of the State Finance and Procurement Article Division 2. I didn't have enough time to look it up before I was called on, but what part of the article is that eliminating? You get where I'm going. I thought you guys testified that this was going to restore the opportunity for them to go to state procurement, but this seems to eliminate Division 2 of state procurement.
The part that
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Senator. The
ahead.
part that it's removing is what is the exemption? Because that
Yeah.
part says Division 2 of the State Finance and Procurement does not apply. So like that wording
Yep.
is
So
being
it's
removed.
just
it's the
the
opposite.
double negative. Thank you.
Right.
Appreciate that.
This is the exemption. It's removing their exemption.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And Senator Mounts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. Thank you for bringing the bill. Sounds great. HIDA, can you explain to me what HIDA means?
HIDA
Is
is
it an
a
acronym?
high impact economic development activity, and it was created in statute by the General Assembly probably about 10 years ago, I think at the request of USM, to allow them to be more nimble in spinning off kind of various entrepreneurial ventures that could be that could support economic development or that could be commercialized and that kind of stuff.
Is that just for the University of Maryland,
It is just for USM.
just for USM?
I think it's just for USM.
Okay, thank you.
But it's not only UMGC that has HIDAs. There are other HIDAs. I think Morgan or College Park has.
College Park has
Yeah.
one.
College Park has a HIDA too.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And Senator Reedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, this is interesting because when earlier in the testimony you started talking about, and I was reading about how it should be, we don't like the fact that they are counting employees sent into a HIDA as savings, and that's part of how they're counting as a high economic. So what they were doing possibly is something happens at the University of College Park where they have somebody's come up with a concept of a new way to do IT, and the college is like, great, this could be a new economic venture for us, and it could save us money too. So they would send employees over to work at the HIDA, and then that's how they would justify that it was a HIDA, was that they're saving money. Is that also what this is getting at, or did I miss that? I was just trying to understand that part of it.
Yeah, I think you're in the right direction. So basically, for example, UMGC does a lot of uses technology, obviously, to
Right,
be able to teach their courses.
Yeah.
And so UMGC decided to take their IT department out of UMGC and put it into this HIDA, so that they could market their
IT services.
their IT services to other institutions, to other USM institutions, or maybe other places. And so that's
Not
where
that there's anything wrong with that, but we need visibility on what's happening.
we need visibility on what's happened. We need to demonstrate to the state that there is value in taking these employees that are state employees out and putting them out under a HIDA. and and the belief that this HIDA then should follow state procurement, that you can't have a special relationship back to UMGC to do sole sourcing between the HIDA and UMGC.
It makes sense.
That seems weird.
It's interesting because I was at first, honestly, the first time I was first looking at this while you started talking, I'm like, is this something where like the union's upset that state workers were taken off? But it's not really that so much as it is. Then you got into all these conflicts that you can't look at how this literally could potentially be handing taxpayer money to a private entity, just funneling kind of like a funnel, and having the idea. I agree with Senator Ellis, having people on a board of both an institution and on a HIDA board, that is concerning. So
Yeah.
it's a good catch.
And not allowing OLA to go into the HIDA
Well, right,
to actually
yeah.
audit what's going on in there.
Because those are taxpayer dollars being used to prop up these things. Okay, interesting. Wow. Very interesting.
Yeah, it was very creative.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So I don't see any other questions. That ends the hearing for Senate Bill 439. Thank you, Senator Lamb.
And I also want to thank the legislative audit team. They
Thank you.
do great work. and
I did
certainly
watch the
control.
hearing. It was very interesting, so thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Tarr, for visiting. Both bills are good today. I'm better today.
You're better today? Nice. All right. So I believe the chair officially closed Senate Bill 439. Next, we're going to hear from Chair Beidel on Senate Bill 305. And we have signed up to testify in favor of Senate Bill 305, Antonio Salazar, as well as a virtual testimony from Ralph Sapia. Madam Chair.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I did sign up.
Doesn't look like Antonio
Allen.
Salazar.
Blockchain Association,
No, this is
virtual kiosks.
virtual.
Yeah.
Which one?
Yeah, I signed up and I called this morning
Not as my panel, though. You're not on my panel.
as a witness.
Okay, you need to wait.
Okay,
Got it.
All right, no problem. Is Antonio Salazar here?
Commissioner
You wanna
Salazar,
come on
would
up
you like to
to
come
the-
up, please?
To the table?
And a very important witness I have on virtual, which we'll get to, that he brought me this issue. So he's
Yep.
really important to explain, but thank you.
Lovely. Thank you,
Thank you,
Madam
Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee for listening to Senate Bill 305, Financial Institutions and Activities Virtual Currency Kiosk. This is about registration and regulation. I don't know anything about Bitcoin. Bitcoin isn't anything I want to buy, but apparently it's readily available all over the state in convenience stores and gas stations, and it looks like an ATM machine, but it's not an ATM machine. Doesn't have the regulations an ATM machine has. You don't have ways to identify who owns the machine, who do you contact if you have a problem with the machine, and I think more importantly, your money can go to a third party. So, when you use your ATM card, you're putting money into your account, taking money out of your account, but there's not a third party that can access your money. And so you'll hear this story from Ralph where he talks about what happened when he thought he was sending money to one of the courts and ended up it went to a foreign country. And so this regulation's been put in place in other states, particularly California and Connecticut. You're going to hear some favorable testimony. There's no unfavorable. There are some amendments that some of the Bitcoin operators would like for us to discuss, and we will. But the good guys acknowledge the fact that we need regulation, we need registration, we need to know where these machines are, and we need to know who to contact if there's a problem. So I'm very pleased to have Commissioner Salazar with us, who's been supporting this. So would you like to testify?
I would. Thank you, Chair Beidel. Appreciate it. Vice Chair Hayes, members of the committee. Tony Salazar, Commissioner of Financial Regulation. For the record, I want to thank the chair for introducing SB 305, which our office fully supports. And we support it because it prevents not only money laundering, but it provides protections to Maryland consumers from the threats posed by criminals who are using virtual currency ATMs as a tool to further their crimes. Currently, only money transmitters that are licensed with our office and depository institutions are required to inform OFR about their ATMs and where they're operating in Maryland. Operators who transfer their own virtual currency aren't required to be licensed or to notify OFR about their activities, and that situation has proved problematic not only for OFR, but also for law enforcement. So we know that scammers frequently exploit unregulated virtual currency ATMs by coercing their victims to deposit funds with the promise of rewards or the avoidance of detrimental consequences. And some of these scams include impersonation scams, tech support scams, or romance scams. Last year, an FBI spokesperson noted that fraud losses related to only Bitcoin ATMs topped $69 million in Maryland, and that consumers over the age of 60 were more than 3 times as likely as younger adults to lose money in these scams. OFR saw that trend, and last year we issued an advisory on this subject to consumers in December of 2023. And other relevant agencies also issued advisories to their various groups and consumers throughout 2024. But advisories aren't enough, as a senator, and we recognize. Given the losses we've seen, I believe the area is ripe for oversight. In fact, virtual currencies are already subject to licensing in Connecticut, Vermont, Minnesota, and Texas. And state regulators have worked to coordinate and harmonize registration requirements. We worked with the senator's office to make sure her bill was in coordination with those other states. We know that these can be operationalized, and so we request a favorable report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And will you stay, Commissioner,
Yes.
until we hear from my third panel member? So, Mr. Vice Chair.
Mr. Rouse Sapia, you have to unmute. There you go.
Thank you. I come before you sort of reluctantly, but first I'd like to thank Chairman Bidle and Senator Heddleman for introducing this bill. I called them with great embarrassment in August when I received a phone call from what I believe to be the Baltimore County Sheriff's Department. I also sit in front of you as an admitted attorney who should have been more in tune to what was happening to me, but when the adrenaline gets the best of you and you're concerned that perhaps on a family vacation you're going to be incarcerated, you make some pretty rash decisions. Baltimore County, these gentlemen who called me, they could describe the Baltimore County Circuit Courthouse. They knew that I lived within a couple of blocks of there and that my office was within a couple of blocks of there. And for some reason, it appeared that they knew that I was also out of town. That part is a little weird to me, but I went up to this kiosk. It seemed like a bank machine. It appeared to be regulated. I trust banks. I trust these institutions. I put the code in that the person gave me. I hit the button. I didn't see Bitcoin until the receipt came out. And when I saw Bitcoin, I won't repeat exactly what I said, but with that, the phone disconnected and I called my bank. And when I tell you that instantaneously $3,500 was removed from my bank account, and I mean instantaneously, I don't mean to point, instantaneously. There's no bank transaction that occurs that quickly. It was quite shocking to me. And I sit here as somebody who it didn't dramatically impact my life. My utilities weren't going to be shut off. My mortgage wasn't going to not be paid. And I also am a person who understands the legal system and understands the process, and I got caught up in this. This bill is imperative. Had there just been that opportunity for me to read this warning, I probably would have declined that transaction.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And we've heard from a lot of other people that have been caught in this scam, but I think this is important legislation. So I'll just see if there's any questions from my panel.
Are there any questions? Senator Hershey.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Mr. Salazar, you had mentioned that you had worked in coordination with other states. I think that we can all be on board. Would like to see that these kiosks are regulated and brought to your attention and give you the ability to know what's out there and who's using them. And obviously, we don't want to see anybody else get scammed. As the chair mentioned, I think there are some good actors out there and there's some bad actors out there. And a lot of times we end up regulating specifically for the bad actors and end up hurting the good actors to some extent. So when you said you were coordinating with other states, did you evaluate what they have done with respect to a single day limit? This bill says $1,000 in transactions for single day limits. What the other states have done with respect to that?
There are different limits in different states, and obviously,
Okay.
you know, they have their limits. Some started here, some ended at different places. So
Okay.
there are differences.
So that could be a little bit flexible. It's not like every state did $1,000 and therefore this Maryland did it as well too.
Correct.
Senator, can I add?
Yes,
We
ma'am.
did learn that if it's not at least $2,000, there's not a SAR, S-A-R. That's how it alerts the federal government. So
Right.
it's very possible we'll have an amendment to move that to 2,000.
Okay, that's great. And that's what I did. I heard, like, for instance, Minnesota had something that said $2,000 for the first 72 hours, because I think that's what happened. A lot of times, these initial scammers, this is, asked to go and open an account right then and there. And they go in and they do that, and within 72 hours, it was a scam. But then maybe the limit can go up after that, because then you really are talking about individuals that are using it for the right purposes. But I appreciate that, Madam Chair. And then the other thing was, again, when we start talking about regulating how much of a fee that somebody could use, the same or charge the same type of thing. In this bill, it sets it at $5 or 15%. Again, I think notification of a fee is generally better, that there is a fee and this is how much it is. That provides the consumer with some type of choice. But just, again, in looking at other states, was there any consistency on imposing a fee, and if there was there a specific amount that they did?
My recollection was that the fee we have in the statute is pretty standard. But
It is pretty
there could be, I just don't recall right now
Okay.
about that issue.
Okay, like I said, we get concerned.
Yeah, we can look into
sometimes
that.
we allow, regulate or cap, that word might be used today in a few different issues on how much somebody could charge for a service or a product. But again, I think just as long as it's consistent, or at least we notify somebody before making the transaction. I think a lot of us would like to see that type of notification on our bank statements and things that we do as well too, if you get charged, with service charges and things like that. So as long as we're somewhat consistent, so.
Senator Hershey, if you want to work with me on the amendments, I'm happy to have you. I did hear one of the Bitcoin operators would like our limit to be $10,000 a day, and they charge 20%.
Yeah.
So that'd be $2,000 for every transaction. So when you extrapolate that out, it's kind of interesting if you want to pay $2,000 to get 10,000 in Bitcoin.
Well, I would be happy to take you up on your.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I have a question for Mr. Sapia, but before that, Madam Chair, you use the term SAR. I'm not familiar with that.
SAR.
What's that?
I don't remember what the acronym stands for, but I can tell you what it is,
Yeah,
and
please.
it's the way banks and federal institutions alert the federal government that there is some illegal or at least something that needs to be checked.
Okay, so it's a report that goes out.
It's a reporting that goes to the federal government, and $1,000 wouldn't generate that report.
Okay, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
I'll look at it. And so, Mr. Sapia, I'm trying to follow what happened with your story. Seems interesting. You went into a convenience store. You thought you went to a ATM machine to pull out cash. Is that what it is? You're muted, sir.
You're still on mute, Mr.
Most people prefer me muted, so this was a pretty sophisticated thing. I was in the car. I got a phone call from an 887 exchange, which I recognized to be Baltimore County Circuit Court. And I answered the phone. They said it was the Baltimore County Sheriff's Office, and that I had apparently missed jury duty, and that there was a bench warrant, and that that I could pay a no-hold bond or something like that. And sometimes things get missed in the mail, and I thought, well, this is possible. I don't want to get arrested, by the state police, maybe scan my license plate and see I have an outstanding warrant. I could pay this. And again, when I replay it in my head, Senator, it was the dumbest thing ever. I know the system. I know how it works. but I was really caught up in the moment. They told me to go to, and again, it was a CVS or a Walmart, I believe. I go in, there's a bank machine, I believe it was an all-point bank machine. Commissioner probably is familiar with those. They're sort of a collective, I think, like a mall of electronic transactions. I'm in a CVS, a reputable company. I'm looking at what appears to be what is a bank machine. I put a code in, and like magic, the money was out of my account.
So that machine was not a ATM, you're saying? It was a,
It does dispense currency also. It, like when you look at the machine, it appears to be a standalone ATM machine, and then it has a whole bunch of different selections. One was I think it's an all-point bank machine ATM. There may have been a Western Union option on there. Again, it's sort of like a electronic transaction kiosk. And the one that it told me to push was for a company called Liberty X, which also made sense to me because I'm thinking bails and bonds, Liberty.
freedom, yes.
Yeah. I clicked the button, and the rest was sort of history.
So the transaction was to send that money to what you thought was a legitimate person.
Correct. Was a bonding agency.
Bonding
That
agency,
they were,
okay.
and they had it printed out a receipt, which it did, that had a code, so that in the event my license plate got scanned and someone saw a warrant, I would show them this code. They would know that the bond was paid and that I didn't have to be incarcerated.
Well thought out. And of course, you used a debit card for that, right?
No, I put in when you click on the Liberty X button, the scammer gives you a code. You push in the code, and then it pops up and it asks you how much money you want, or it does say money. It doesn't say Bitcoin, or at least I don't recollect it saying Bitcoin until I got the receipt. I told them how much to transfer. You know what? I did put my bank card in because it needed to access my bank account. I'm sorry for that.
Right. No problem.
I had forgotten the process. I did have to put my bank card in.
Yeah, okay. And so that was probably a debit card.
Yeah, it was my debit
So
card went
directly
in.
to your bank account.
And that was also very interesting, and I'm sure that somebody more, they made it very clear the bank cards that I could not use and the credit cards that I could not use.
Okay.
Unfortunately for me, M&T was not one of their rejected mediums.
Yeah. Well, thank you for going through that. Now I understand what the process and the scam was. Thank you so much. I'm sorry that you lost that money. Did you ever get that money back from the bank? Did you say, or?
No, but I have a plan in process as we speak.
Okay. Well, good luck with that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
No problem. Are there any additional questions of this panel? Seeing none, thank you so very much. There is quite a few people that signed up favorable with amendments. I'm going to start with Frank Boston, Benjamin Weiss, Larry Lipka, Jacqueline Cooper, and Tammy Breshahan. Bresenhan, yes. I always butcher that. I'm sorry. Tammy?
Yeah. Good afternoon.
Hey, Frank, hold on. Am I missing someone? Frank, Benjamin, Larry, Jacqueline, and Tammy? Those 5 people I only see.
He is our president and CEO. He is here for questions, but he's not going to testify.
Good.
That's the decision he's made.
Got it.
Good afternoon, Matt. Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Frank Boston. I'm here today on behalf of CoinFlip, which is one of the companies that has the kiosk. With me, I have his general counsel, Larry Lipka, who will be giving the expert testimony on the issue. We support this bill with amendments. We certainly support the concept of the bill to eliminate and reduce fraud. As a victim myself, many times, and even recently, of different types of fraud on my bank account, I certainly support this concept. We support about 90% of this bill and what it's trying to accomplish for obvious reasons. But respectfully, we have a couple of amendments we want the committee to take a look at, and we look forward to working with the committee in this regard. To answer your question, it was a good question. SAR means Suspicious Activity Reports. And it is important, you know, the bill has unintended consequences, and to really get after the fraudulent actor, you're going to have to raise the limits, and Mr. Lipka can speak to that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Larry Lipka. I'm the general counsel of CoinFlip, one of the largest kiosk operators in the world. We operate a network of over 6,000 kiosks across 10 countries, including 45 kiosks across Maryland. Our customers value our kiosks because they are the only way to safely buy and sell cryptocurrency with cash. I'd like to thank Chair Beidel, Senator Hershey, Senator Hedelman, and the AARP for speaking to me about CoinFlip's support of the bill with amendments. We all share the goal of protecting consumers from bad actors seeking to protect them from their hard-earned money. The types of scams you heard about are the same that's happening across our country for all types of financial services products, and we all have to do our part to stop them. While we support the bill, including the licensing regime, in fact, we've already applied for a money transmitter license as of last year and are waiting for an answer on that. Right now, the state does not regulate the industry, and we think they should because that's the best first defense to keep the bad operators out. We believe the daily transaction limit should be increased to account for federal reporting requirements, including the $2,000 suspicious activity report you've heard about. And there are other thresholds as well, the collection of Social Security number at $3,000 and currency transaction reports at $10,000. When transactions are limited to $1,000, the federal government and thus law enforcement will receive less information, which will make it difficult to investigate and stop bad actors. We would support a reasonable transaction limit for new users who may not be familiar with our kiosks and thus are at higher risk of scams. However, existing customers who are familiar with our kiosks and thus are at low risk of being scammed should have the freedom to buy more crypto, and at least as much as the federal gift card limit of $10,000. We also believe the bill is missing important consumer protections, like requiring the use of blockchain analytics technology to ensure digital wallets are not associated with fraud or criminal activity. We look forward to continuing the discussions to improve the bill, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
My name is Jacqueline Cooper. I do not have written testimony, but my testimony will be short and brief. I'm the founder of the Maryland Blockchain Association. My background is both as a lawyer as well as an educator. I've been in the blockchain space for over 10 years, and I definitely am in favor of the legislation of regulating virtual currency kiosks. I'm really sorry that the individual who testified before had this happen to him, but there's also some other supplemental things that we need to add to this bill. One, virtual kiosks that might say Bitcoin kiosks are clear on its face. It sounded as if the kiosk that he went to was not clear on its face as to the variety of options. And in your bill, you also talk about alternative things like real-world assets and other currencies. Innovative tech is changing. My concern about how you're defining virtual currencies is it's going to limit the variety of kiosks that are going to be developed over time, and we need to be looking both at specific virtual currencies as well as the cross-application down the road. So I'm just pointing out that the definition might be actually too narrow. But I do agree with those that have talked about the daily amount needs to be increased. The limit on the $5 or 15% I think is good from the perspective of it being not usurious. I think my biggest concern with only 34 seconds is the warning of the losses due to fraudulent or accidental virtual currency transactions. That consumer warning is not clear on its face. It's not truthful in terms of the fact that there can be possible recovery, even though in most cases recovery is very difficult. So I would say that if we're trying to educate the consumers, we need to be looking at expanding this definition, having possibly a number on there that they can call in order to check to see if there is a problem who they can call. So again, with only 1 second left, I thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Tammy Bresnahan. I'm the Senior Director of Advocacy for AARP Maryland. And this is kind of a new issue for us, but not around the country. We have something called the Fraud Watch program. And about a year ago, our lines started blowing up about people putting their money in these machines and not knowing where the money was going. It was gone, you know, the story. We met with the industry yesterday, and I am pleased to say that we're pretty much, I would say, 90% on the same page. You know, you have my written testimony. We have what we like. We do agree that the suspicious activity report is probably a better threshold to carry. We were talking about receipts, and you know, some of the programs can do a handwritten receipt, which is nice for our folks, but I think we can also compromise and say that we are in agreement that at least if they get something that they can take a screenshot of, that will give some people some ability to say, yes, this is where I put my money. Fraud refunds on first-time users, I think we are somewhere there, but it would be for the committee to decide. This is a real-life situation. People get calls from Security Exchange Commission. We've had Microsoft call people and tell them that their bank's been compromised when they tried to pay for a Microsoft product. We believe that 305 will help safeguard consumers, especially older adults who are disproportionately targeted by these frauds. We ask you for a favorable report on Senate Bill 305. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. Colleagues, we have one more favorable with amendments virtual testimony. I'd like for that person to go, and then we'll turn it over to you for questions. Mr. Ethan McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Members of the committee, I appreciate the flexibility to allow me to testify virtually today. I am Ethan McClellan. I'm the Director of Government Relations at Bitcoin Depot. We are the largest operator of Bitcoin kiosks in the world. And similar to my colleague, Mr. Lipka, we support key regulatory measures in S305, including a comprehensive money transmitting licensing framework and virtual kiosk registration, clear warnings and disclosures for Bitcoin transactions, pre-transaction and anti-fraud warnings, requiring robust compliance programs for operators. And I should note that Bitcoin Depot is already implementing many of these measures. However, we support the bill with amendments, as my colleagues have discussed, including an increase in the daily transaction limits and fee caps. Currently, as drafted as 305, these restrictions would prevent legitimate businesses from operating sustainably in Maryland. The arbitrary transaction limit set at $1,000 would encourage criminals to structure transactions to avoid federal reporting requirements, make it harder for law enforcement and operators to detect and combat fraud, lead criminals to distribute transactions across multiple kiosks and kiosk operators, making it harder to track illicit activity. Operating a Bitcoin kiosk has significant costs, including purchasing, installing, and maintaining machines, renting space from small businesses, cash management and armored vehicle logistics, maintaining a robust compliance program as the department, and I'm sure all the members of the committee would like to see, cybersecurity and fraud prevention, and providing a live customer support. We would encourage Maryland to continue to collaborate with the industry. We are excited to work with the committee to continue to form S305 into something that we can support as an industry and allow the crypto kiosk industry to survive in Maryland and thrive. Thank you so much.
All right. Senator Hershey.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Question for Mr. Lipka.
Yes.
First of all, I appreciate you being here when you have legislation that seeks to target your business specifically, but as Tammy and I and many of us have worked on several times, we are certainly interested in looking for different businesses out there that might be, having deceptive actions and scamming and things like that, and we look to see if we can put some regulation in place that will prevent that. At the same time, we want to make sure that the good operators stick around and can do business in Maryland, and we aren't going too far to a certain direction to prevent that. So could you just explain, since you're here and you're only operator, what your company does to prevent scams?
Yes,
currently?
definitely.
And then one other time, just because I've heard it like 3 times now, what is blockchain, what is it, blockchain analytics, if you might be able to hit on that as well, too. So,
Definitely.
Thank you.
So thank you for the questions. I appreciate the time. So I think it's been clear that as an industry, we are seeking regulation. I think that keeps the bad actors out and keeps the good actors in your state. And I know from experience that the states that have implemented money transmitter licensing for kiosk operators have less scams. I testified in Vermont, and the AG's office there had said they had received no reports of scams for kiosk operators at that time. And they have a very robust money transmitter licensing program, and they have little decals that you put on the machine so that the police can know it's a legitimate kiosk. So I think that Maryland is doing the right thing in pushing this bill for regulation. So what we do to protect consumers is both what traditional finance does, and then there are sort of the new technologies that are related to cryptocurrency. So it starts with state licensure that we've talked about. You know, highly visible scam warnings and fee disclosures are very important so people know what they're doing. And we want to make sure that the scam warnings in the bill are not so prescriptive that we can't change them as the scam topologies change. You know, the scammers are always learning and trying to get around our scam prevention. So if there is a specific requirement, you have to say these specific words, then the scammers will just get around that. So we're constantly changing our scam warnings, and we've developed something called our Safe in 6 program, and I have copies of that I can give to you. It's 6 sort of common sense questions that you can ask yourself so that the customer will get out of the sort of the scam like fear that they're going to get arrested, right? Like the witness said, it's terrible. So these are questions like, are you being asked to make a financial transaction by someone you do not know? Are you being told to act quickly or secretly under threat? Are you being asked to lie? Does the offer seem too good to be true? Are you being asked to pay a government fine or bill using cryptocurrency or gift cards? You know, so these are questions that you ask because if you tell someone they're being scammed, they don't believe you. So you have to ask them these questions so they get to that conclusion themselves. So paired with the scam warnings is customer service. Every operator should have live customer service because our warnings say, if you answered yes to one of these questions, stop, call our customer service. And I know that customers do call our customer service and say, hey, I read your scam warning. It says to call you. You know, I'm going to be arrested if I don't pay my bail. And we say, that's not a legitimate thing. You can't do that. But if you just tell them you're being scammed and stop them from using your machine, they'll just go to the next operator or they'll buy gift cards, and it doesn't actually stop the scam from happening. So those are things that are like traditional finance does that already. But what is important as well is having, you know, a robust compliance team and robust compliance policies and procedures. And I think that starts with having a chief compliance officer who does not own the company. You know, we are pushing bills in a number of states. We have model legislation that's been introduced in Massachusetts and Florida and in Washington, where we say that the chief compliance officer should not own more than 20% of the company because there's a conflict of interest between consumer protection and making a profit. Our CEO who was here, he's not the chief compliance officer. He's the CEO. He's about making money. So our chief compliance officer is a former federal prosecutor, used to work for Morgan Stanley. I used to work at the Attorney General's office in Illinois. So we take consumer protection and compliance seriously. And, you know, the last part of that is the blockchain analytics. Blockchain analytics are a software tool that any legitimate Bitcoin ATM operator should use. These are made by third parties like CipherTrace or Elliptic. The federal government uses these, the FBI, the CIA, and this is a way to check the wallet. The wallet is like your account when you have cryptocurrency. When you go to the machine, before you put any money in, you scan your digital wallet. It's a QR code. That's where your Bitcoin will go. You scan your digital wallet, and we run blockchain analytics on that behind the scenes. And if that wallet has been associated with any criminal activity or fraud in the past, that transaction is blocked and the customer has to call us because that's an indication that the customer is being defrauded. Nobody should be sending to a level 10 wallet, which is the highest risk, because they're either a criminal themselves or they're being defrauded. And all of the Bitcoin ATM operators and all of the exchanges, we share with those blockchain analytics companies the bad wallets so that somebody can't get scammed at the same wallet ever again.
I would just add to that, blockchain technology is an innovative tech tool, just like the internet, but from the technology side, it provides transparency and also it's immutable. What that means is that it's time-stamped. And there are a lot of different blockchains. And one of the reasons why I also mentioned that how we're defining virtual currency, there might be other, we're talking about Bitcoin right now, but there might be other virtual currency kiosks that will be looking at altcoins or other things like that. So we are going to need to have definitely this type of legislation, but we're going to have to understand that the technology is changing changing. We need to have the flexibility to, as new businesses create these kiosks, to be able to track and trace as well. So,
Okay, well, thank you both, and again, I appreciate the chair's offer to help out with some amendments, and we'll certainly work together and speak with you all as well, too. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Senator Hershey. Are there any additional questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you all so very much. This ends the hearing on Senate Bill 305. Excuse me. Next, we will hear Senate Bill 373. Chair Bidle, again, is the sponsor of this bill. We have several people coming to the table. Jeffrey Buttle, Christian Rejonas, Larry Payne, Thomas Skinner, Megan Metchek, and Michael Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the Finance Committee. This is Senate Bill 373. It's for state personnel, particularly BWI Airport Fire and Rescue Department, to have collective bargaining with binding arbitration. Thank you for the opportunity to present the bill. The BWI Airport Fire and Rescue Department currently has collective bargaining, but without binding arbitration. This bill will clarify the bargaining process and formalize binding arbitration for the fire department at BWI. Now, you might ask why this is important to me. BWI is in my district in Anne Arundel County. My firefighters, Anne Arundel County firefighters and police officers have binding arbitration and have had it for more than 20 years. And it's been very, very effective. So I would like to see the same to be done for my BWI firefighters who have a memorandum of understanding with the county and operate in Anne Arundel County frequently, thank goodness. I see their vehicles on the roads in Linthicum and surrounding communities often. So they deserve to have the promise of binding arbitration if collective bargaining arrives at an impasse, like so many other firefighters in our state and across the country. The bill clarifies the bargaining process, the logistics, and the roles of the stakeholders, and provides security and a path forward for the ongoing relationship between the BWI firefighters and the state. The goal of this legislation is to rule that once an agreement is in place, whether achieved through collective bargaining or arbitration, will be final and it will have control. And I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 373.
You guys may proceed in any order. The next person we had signed up was Jeffrey Buttle. Is Jeffrey there?
I think Jeffrey's over across the hall
That's
doing
the one person we're missing. We're
I
trying to figure
know.
out who
He's
that
doing the
was.
cancer screening bill over in the House. So.
All right, how about you, Christian?
All right, good enough. Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, honorable members of the committee, and Chair Bidle, thank you for bringing this for us. I'm here to speak in support of Senate Bill 373. My name is Christian Rejonas, and I'm the president of the BWI Airport Professional Firefighters. I represent the men and women, firefighters, paramedics, EMTs, and fire prevention professionals that are available 24/7, 365 at BWI to respond to emergencies. Every year, we have approximately 27 million passengers that fly in and out of the airport. To put that in perspective, we're talking about 73,000 passengers a day. On top of that, you can see our vehicles, as the chairwoman stated, in neighboring jurisdictions like Anne Arundel, Howard, Baltimore, multiple times a day. Collective bargaining is intended to be a fair process for unions and management to negotiate wages, hours, and conditions of employment. The reality is, however, when you're a firefighter at BWI, collective bargaining really amounts to collective begging. We are left submitting proposals and hoping that the other side of the table does not just deny or reject the proposal outright. Departments in Anne Arundel, Baltimore, Frederick, Howard, Montgomery, Prince George's counties, as well as the city of Baltimore, Hagerstown, and Salisbury all have the right to binding arbitration. Of state employees, the MTA and the union SLEOLA, representing many of the state law enforcement officers, also have binding arbitration rights. This is widely recognized as it is due to the fact that emergency services personnel should not and cannot strike. If fire departments strike, people die. It's really that simple. So the law says we can't, we don't want to. this is what's often put in place to help settle disputes. In general, binding arbitration is at times recognized as a money grab by unions. That's not at all what we're here trying to do. We're just trying to get fair working conditions, and for those reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 373.
Thank you for your testimony, Christian. Let's hear from Larry Payne.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee. My name is Larry Payne. I'm a shop steward with IAFF 1742 here at BWI Airport. So one thing I wanted to talk about today that I feel like this bill could help is our promotional process. So the way that the process currently works is you have a list of candidates and they go through any sort of testing or interviews. And after they finish all that, you have a list of ranked candidates. And based on that list, they fill positions in need. What we have been trying to fight for as long as I can remember is a 2-year list. So for that ranked list to last for 2 years, so that any openings that happen within that 2 years, somebody could slot into that position easily. That's what we want. That's what we've wanted for a long time. The way the system works now is that it is a 6-month list that can be extended another 6 months, completely up to management discretion. What is management discretion? We don't know. What they may grant last year, they may not grant this year, and it can end up causing issues where, retirements or other promotions or things like that cause open positions. If it's outside of the window of that 6-month list, whoever was rightfully able to take that position now has to kind of twiddle their thumbs and wait for the next promotional process in which they literally have to start from scratch again, even though they've already completed all processes. We feel like it's a no-brainer because it's the kind of thing that could save money for the agency. It could help the department fill needs as they arise, and it's almost unanimous amongst our membership, something that everybody wants. Other agencies in the states do have a 2-year list in some capacity. I know Maryland State Police and Transit Authority Police have 2-year lists in some capacity or another, maybe not every position, but they do have it. But the point is that it can be done. But every time that we've tried to fight for it, it's been a hard no. So I feel like this is one of the issues that a binding arbitration bill can help rectify. Thank you all for the time letting me testify.
Let's hear from Thomas Skinner.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hayes and the Senate Finance Committee for the opportunity to speak on Senate Bill 373. Also, thank you to Chairwoman Beidel for bringing this bill before your committee. For the record, I am Tom Skinner. I'm the first Vice President of the Professional Firefighters of Maryland and an active fire lieutenant with Baltimore City Fire Department for almost the last 34 years. I represent the Professional Firefighters of Maryland, proudly serving over 10,000 active and retired firefighters and EMS personnel, dedicated to serving the Maryland citizens. Senate Bill 373 will establish binding arbitration to enhance the collective bargaining for the uniformed firefighters and EMS providers of BWI Airport Fire Rescue Department, ensuring that they have a fair voice in negotiations regarding wages, benefits, and working conditions. Binding arbitration serves as a crucial mechanism that mitigates the uncertainty faced by firefighters stalled during negotiations. By involving an impartial third party to make final decisions, trust in the bargaining process is enhanced, empowering firefighter representatives to advocate effectively for their members. This process provides a legally sound method for resolving disputes that may arise when collective bargaining does not yield a mutual agreement, ensuring the fairness for all parties involved. A stable workplace promotes a positive reputation for the state as an employer, demonstrating the commitment to fair treatment of public safety personnel. On behalf of the Professional Firefighters of Maryland, I urge you to support Senate Bill 373. Thank you. You also have written testimony from President Buttle from the Professional Firefighters.
Next, we'll hear from Megan.
Good afternoon. My name is Megan Michak, and my firm represents the International Association of Firefighters, AFL-CIO, Local 1742, which is the exclusive representative of the firefighters assigned to the Thurgood Marshall Baltimore Washington International Airport Fire and Rescue Department. I also represent other public safety employees and unions across the state of Maryland who have binding interest arbitration. Binding interest arbitration is an established and effective part of the collective bargaining process in jurisdictions across the state. Public sector employees, including the brave men and women of the BWI Airport Fire and Rescue Department, cannot strike for the reasons that Christian said. As a result, binding interest arbitration is crucial for ensuring the collective bargaining process is both fair and collaborative. Binding interest arbitration not only motivates the parties to control the process by reaching an agreement, but provides for a final resolution of their impasse if they do not. Binding interest arbitration is a tool in the collective bargaining process. It offers a well-established procedure for resolving disputes that the parties, despite their good faith efforts, cannot resolve themselves. Under this bill, a neutral arbitrator will have the opportunity to mediate the dispute and attempt to bring the parties together. Oftentimes, after months of collective bargaining, a fresh and objective eye can break the parties' deadlock. If the parties cannot agree, the arbitrator will then issue a decision by selecting the more reasonable position, taking into consideration important factors like the state's ability to pay for any monetary terms and the impact of the proposals on the workers and on the public. In jurisdictions where the collective bargaining process ends in binding interest arbitration, the parties work hard to avoid that outcome because they recognize that cooperative labor relations often require compromise. As provided for in this bill, binding interest arbitration will ensure those compromises are fair for the state and the BWI Airport Fire and Rescue Department employees. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Last but certainly not least, we'll hear from Michael Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Miller, and I'm the Vice President of BWI FRD Local 1742. I would like to echo President Rajanis and the other members of this panel of the importance of binding arbitration and what that can mean for us if we're able to obtain it. In particular, I'm going to highlight some health and safety examples we've been battling over the last several negotiation cycles. In recent years, I'm sure you've all heard about PFAS chemicals, otherwise known as forever chemicals. PFAS chemicals have been used in airport firefighting foams for some 50 years. However, in January of 2023, the Department of Defense issued a new performance spec for firefighting foams. It states that firefighting foams will get away from the use of PFAS due to their long-term health effects. Over the years, we've requested PFAS blood testing due to our confirmed exposure to these chemicals. We've been denied to have this testing provided to us at every negotiation cycle. This cycle, we were very optimistic as the state was advising they believed they could get us this testing. However, at no fault to Local 1742, a breakdown occurred at the state level where this was once again delayed. Instead, a special committee was formed to discuss ways and avenues to obtain this testing for our firefighters. This section in our MOU has no time frame and no noted checkpoints to monitor for progression. At the end of the day, this can be a potentially life-saving test. Elevated levels of PFAS result in many health issues to include an increased risk of cancer. Firefighters already have a greater risk for cancer and cancer-related deaths. This is why we've also requested for firefighter cancer screenings, which too has been denied during multiple negotiation cycles. These forms of testing is potentially life-saving. The state has dangled these topics out there during negotiations before pulling the rug out from under us, leaving our membership worried about what the price is of our own lives. We feel that with binding arbitration, this will prevent the state from using stall tactics and smoke screens during negotiations and aid us in maintaining our health and well-being so we may continue to serve those in our community. And thank you all.
Indeed, thank you for your testimony. I saw Senator Mouse. It's coming. Patience.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Madam Chair, for bringing this legislation. And thank you for your testimony. It was very thorough. And the chair testified in presenting the bill that the other fire companies in that district all have this arbitration. And I think it's important to note, I didn't hear it in the testimony, but I'm very familiar with that fire company, and the number, just the number of individuals that are in the fire company, because I don't believe it's that many. I think it's somewhere around 90. I'll let you do the testimony and just share for the committee a little bit about your jurisdiction, because it says BWI Fire. That I've seen BWI fire trucks in Baltimore City, and I brought bills for retired BWI firefighters, which were once in Baltimore City and then got moved to the state, and their retirement didn't quite transfer properly, so there were some issues there. But that's aside from what we're talking about today. So could you just briefly give the committee an idea of just the number of individuals we're talking about and a better idea of the role you play in that network of emergency responders, really in a broad part of the state of Maryland?
Thank you, Senator. Just briefly, our local represents under 100 people. We are larger than what a lot of people recognize, but when you think about the amount of space that we cover and the amount of people we serve, we're actually fairly small. To be exact, I believe there's 92 pins currently designated to BWI Airport Fire Rescue Department. We have 18 people on shift at a time. That's 24/7, 365, and that 18 we had to, that was a considerable stretch to get there. The expectation until some intervention happened from the higher level was that we were going to continue with a minimum staffing of 16, but be expected to have the 18 positions there, but not be guaranteed those jobs. As you said, we are very often, and when I said multiple times a day, just to be clear, I cut this out because I was trying to save time, but we cover jurisdictions. We run mutual aid often into Anne Arundel County, Baltimore County, Howard County. If there's anything that's technical or requires a large amount of foam or water, I can tell you that I've personally gone to Baltimore City multiple times. Transport times for the medic units are really, as everyone knows, hospital wait times are, an issue across the board. So I have personally, as somebody who does have a paramedic card, been dispatched on calls that it has taken me 36 minutes to get to the scene far into Howard County. So we do cover a fair amount of area. Specifically, if I'm going to be honest, around in the evening time when call volume is extremely high, it's hard to say where we're going to end up.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that, because I think it sheds a lot of light on the important role that you play.
Thank you, sir.
In a very important area. Thank you.
Senator. Mr. Vice Chair, can I ask that the BWI firefighters that are here stand and be recognized, and thank you all for the work that you do. Thank you.
That's you guys.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, this ends the hearing on Senate Bill 373. Thank you all so very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Indeed. Next, we'll hear Senate Bill 353, Food Deserts Work Group, sponsored by Senator Saling. And we have Carrie Hark Lassard as supporting testimony. Welcome, Senator Saling.
I want to thank the chair, the vice chair, and the finance committee. For the record, I'm Senator John R. Saling and Senate Bill 353. I want to first thank the committee and the vice chair. I want to thank you for the help that you did me last year, to get this bill passed. This bill and this food desert bill, we had work through this whole year working on this. We've had from 40 to 80 people on Zooms throughout the state of Maryland. This has been a priority from the Department of Planning, Department of Commerce, different departments that literally work with us. And we have just been going through every avenue throughout the state. And Baltimore, in my area, and I believe probably in some of your areas, and Mr. Vice Chair, in the city of Baltimore, we've had problems of food deserts and areas where we know, first of all, seniors
they need prescriptions. Single parents with kids need diapers. And other things that are necessary, important for nutritional foods that are a priority to everybody, and especially for those that are little and are vulnerable, that they need that type of help. And it's a priority, not just to me, but to a lot of different areas and food banks as well, the Maryland Food Bank that we had the opportunity to meet and talk with. But you're going to hear not just from me, but from other testimony, that this is a very big priority for everybody. Nobody should be left out in their area and not having the opportunity to get good, nutritious food for themselves or for their family. And it's a major problem, Mr. Chair. And the Maryland Food Resilience Council is a priority and wants to be a help in this as well. But just to say, with this testimony that I'm going to put right back in here, I'm just going to say this, that throughout this whole year, again, we have worked hard to get this together. But for the past, not even week, we've been somewhat dictated on how to do this and how we said we're going to do this. And it shouldn't be that way for anybody. I'm not doing this for myself. I'm doing this for people that don't have opportunity to have a grocery store. I'm trying to do this for people throughout our state that they can get good food, to help out kids so they can eat well. I'll say it again, so seniors can get their prescription, so we can help out throughout our community, Mr. Chairman. So I'm going to thank you for this opportunity, and I'm here to answer any questions. And I want to thank this great person that I know very well that I work with. She has a great opportunity to speak about this. So thank you, Mr. Chair and Vice Chair.
Vice Chair, members of the Senate Finance Committee, thank you for this opportunity to testify today in strong support for Senate Bill 353. My name is Carrie Hawk-Lassard, and I serve as the Executive Director of Native American Lifelines, a Title V urban Indian health program providing critical services to Native Americans in Maryland, but specifically Baltimore City and Baltimore County. Food deserts are not just an issue of inconvenience. They are a public health crisis, a driver of chronic illness, and for Native Americans, a severance from our cultural foodways. Many of our clients rely on corner stores for food, forced to purchase processed, high-calorie, low-nutrient foods because they lack access to supermarkets. Limited transportation and reliance on SNAP benefits mean that healthier options are often out of reach. The consequences are devastating. Native Americans already experience disproportionately high rates of diabetes, hypertension, and obesity. And as one Baltimore Native community member put it, if you feed your kid McDonald's, you're shamed for it. But that may be the only thing that you can afford. Beyond health impacts, food insecurity in our community carries cultural consequences. Food is tied to identity, ceremony, and intergenerational knowledge. Referring to my written testimony, as Dr. Tara Maudry's research states, for many Indigenous people, merely having enough food, even high-quality food, does not equate to food security. This is why Senate Bill 353 is so important. Establishing a food deserts work group is a step towards ensuring that Maryland addresses food insecurity in a way that accounts for cultural and systemic barriers. I urge this committee to pass this legislation, not just for Native Americans, but for all Marylanders facing food apartheid. I thank you for your time, and I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions of this panel? Seeing none, thank you so very much. This ends the bill hearing on Senate Bill 353.
Thank you very much.
Colleagues, we're going to go a tad bit out of order and skip Senate Bill 382. Senator Kagan has testimony in another committee, and so we're going to go to Senate Bill 413 to hear from Senator Wallstreicher. Senator Wallstreicher, you have signed up Christine Hines, Franz, I don't want to butcher your last name, William, Steve Sakamoto, and Jeff Sovereign is the virtual witness, and so please join us here at the
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and that's my first time saying this year, so congratulations to you. It's always a pleasure to be in front of the Finance Committee. I actually thought this bill might be heading to my own committee, but what I love about this is it gives me a chance to do a little fun, like law school stuff. So Maryland has a default statute of limitations for all civil matters. That default statute of limitations is 3 years. And so if something happens to you and you need to sue in civil court, not criminal matters, but you have 3 years from the original action in order to sue. Sophisticated parties occasionally get together and in a contract that they form decide they want some different statute of limitations. They want something more. They want a 5-year statute of limitations. Or they want something short. They negotiate, oh, we'll do a 1-year statute of limitations. These things are often negotiated between businesses and sophisticated parties who are negotiating contracts. But there are contracts that are not negotiated. There are contracts where you're pressing a button on your iPhone to accept terms of a 70-page contract that you agree to. In law school terms, that's called a flypaper contract. Why is it called a flypaper contract? Because it sticks to you. You have no negotiating power. You can either use your iPhone or you can brick it if you press no to Apple's terms and services. And so what the bill does in front of us is it simply says for all consumer contracts, meaning contracts in which one of the people is not a negotiator with the other, the default statute of limitations in Maryland, which is already 3 years in law, cannot be fundamentally altered in a flypaper contract. Well, thank you. I know when I get that, I should probably shut up. So thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you to the Finance Committee. Ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 413.
Thank you for your testimony. Christine Hines.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Christine Hines. I'm with the National Association of Consumer Advocates. NACA has Maryland members who represent consumers who have been victimized by fraudulent, abusive, and deceptive business practices. We strongly support and urge favorable passage of SB 413. It will ensure that Maryland residents are not restricted by consumer contract terms that shorten the time period in which a consumer can file a claim when they're harmed by predatory business practices. One-sided terms and conditions systemically delete our rights as consumers. We sign up for everyday products and services, and the consumer contracts may tell us the price and the repayment schedule, which is fine, but they also tell us we can't sue in court, we can't enforce consumer laws, and they reduce our legal remedies. Meanwhile, the terms say that corporations can call us, text us, harass us, collect our data, and sue us to collect and to enforce their own rights when and where it's convenient for them. These terms are unfair and everywhere, and consumers have no bargaining power over them. We've reviewed consumer contract terms that would change a state's 3-year statute of limitations period and reduce the time to file a claim to as little as 6 months. This time may not be enough to discover our injuries, investigate if there was wrongdoing, and to get legal help. This makes us less likely to enforce and benefit from laws that are passed to protect us. Maryland's Consumer Protection Act, for example, it gives those of us harmed. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Let's hear from Franz.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Hayes, members of the committee, for the opportunity to address the bill. My name is Franz Schneiderman. I work with Consumer Auto Maryland. We're a nonprofit group that works for safety and transparency for Maryland drivers and Maryland consumers. Strongly support this bill because it protects the important right of all consumers to have a fair chance to recover when they're injured by harms or damages or fraud. The legislature, in its wisdom, established a 3-year statute of limitations for consumers to do that, to give people a fair chance to, to assess the damages and recover. And this makes sure that everyone will have the benefit of the statute of limitations the legislature established. There's a lot of ways in which the right to recover is under attack and kind of under siege, including mandatory arbitration and other restrictions on consumers' right to recover. This is another way to do it by some companies trying to impose terms or slip terms into contracts that reduce the 3 years you should have under state law to 1 year or 2 years. And under current Maryland case law, some of the lawyers can talk about this in more detail, there's a very sort of fuzzy standard on whether they can get away with doing it. The courts will allow it if, in the totality of the circumstances, it seems reasonable, but that's not a standard that most consumers understand or understand that they might need to go to court to enforce. So a lot of companies can get away with restricting the time to recover. Again, this bill, it's properly up to the legislature, I think, to determine the statute of limitations here. This bill makes sure that consumers all have the opportunity to use the time frame that you folks have wisely established. So hope you'll support the bill and give it a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Let's hear from William.
Hello, my name is William Steinwittle. I'm the Deputy Advocacy Director for Homeownership Preservation at the Maryland Legal Aid Bureau. Maryland Legal Aid, and I thank the Chair and the Vice Chair and the committee for allowing us to speak on this bill. We testify in strong support of Senate Bill 413. In the last 20 years, as consumer contracts have become more complex, a lot of them have become the read and click approval format, as probably everyone on this committee is aware. I frequently get calls from family members, as I was the first person in my family to go to college and went to law school, and they're like, so what does this mean? What does this mean? What does this mean? And I'm sure everyone on this panel that's a lawyer gets the same evidence. And frankly, I've read some of these, and it can even be difficult for a lawyer to understand what some of them actually say. In addition, when you give a company the opportunity to either limit or extend their liability, they will usually take it. There's been issues in the Maryland court with them trying to extend the collection period beyond 3 years by saying that the contract is under seal. This type of contract went all the way to the Supreme Court of Maryland in connection with landlord-tenant law. I practice extensively in the bankruptcy court, and the bankruptcy court law is not as strict in regards to limiting the statute of limitations to 3 years. And in nearly every Chapter 13 bankruptcy case I file, I have to file an objection to proof of claim when somebody tries to collect something that's old, beyond the 3-year statute of limitations. In addition, in my work, I have also seen how even deed contracts, which tend to be the most common and much more clear, still can be difficult. As we all had the experience during the housing bubble, everyone learned what the London Interbank Offer Rate was, which nobody really knew at the time that they signed the contract. So for those reasons, Maryland Legal Aid testifies in strong support of Senate Bill 413.
Thank you. Next, we are going to hear from Stephen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. Steve Sakamoto Wengel, here on behalf of the Consumer Protection Division of the Attorney General's Office in support of this bill. I want to thank Senator Waldstreicher for introducing it. Senator Waldstreicher referred to flypaper contracts. Back when I was in law school, which was before Senator Waldstreicher was, we talked about contracts of adhesion. And that basically that means that consumer contracts are not negotiable. The business presents you with the contract, and if you're an individual, good luck negotiating. The court in the decision that did, the Saccone decision that did discuss the statute of limitations, distinguished businesses that are on equal footing and able to negotiate, but that's not the case with consumers. It's very difficult, if not impossible, to negotiate the terms of the contract. So if you're presented with a contract that reduces your ability to seek relief for a problem with the contract or the product you buy, you're not able to do it. So this ensures that the statute of limitations that the General Assembly put into place is the one that is the subject of the transaction. So we would urge a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. And our virtual testimony will be heard by Mr. Jeff Sovereign.
Hi, My name is Jeff Sovereign. I am the Michael Milliman Professor of Consumer Protection Law at the University of Maryland, Francis King Carey School of Law. I make my statements only in my individual capacity rather than on behalf of anyone else. Some bad actors bury terms in fine print to avoid accountability for defective products and services. A favorable vote on SB 413 will help protect Maryland's consumers from that tricky trap. Maryland usually provides for a 3-year statute of limitations, but unscrupulous businesses use obscure contract terms to shorten that time. That lets them take advantage of consumers who can't protect themselves, as I'll explain. SB 413 would block businesses from shortening statutes of limitations, as many other states, including red states, have already done, and Maryland has done for insurance contracts. To expand on that, first, consumers can't protect themselves because, as studies show, consumers often don't understand contract terms and may not realize that the seller's cutting off their rights. Second, consumers can't protect themselves because they have no bargaining power. Try asking your bank to change a contract term. Third, consumers can't protect themselves because consumers don't read their contracts. Why should they when they can't understand them or change them? Not even Chief Justice John Roberts or the lawyers who actually write these contracts for their clients read them. In one study confirming that, for example, more than 90% of the consumers agreed to a contract term obliging them to give up their firstborn child. That means bad actors can take advantage of consumers unless you stop them. I hope you will. Please vote favorably on SB 413. Thank you.
All right. Are there any questions from this panel? What's that? Senator Kramer. Oh, there he is over there. Okay, out of my peripheral. I missed you. Senator Kramer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Senator Waldstreicher, thank you for what I think is a very meaningful consumer protection legislation initiative. The question I have, if this legislation were to pass, do we put to risk enforcement of the rest of the contract? How does that work? Could you please share that with
Yeah,
the
that's a
committee?
really important question. A contract with a statute of limitations shorter than Maryland's legislative default of 3 years does not void the contract. In other words, the person who accepted that contract is still responsible for all the other terms of the contract. What the bill does is on page 2, line 3, it's very specific and worded very purposely. It says a court may not give effect to the provision, meaning the provision that shortens the statute of limitations. It very purposely does not say a court may not give effect to the contract or void the entire contract. We want you to retain your obligations under the rest of the contract.
Thank you for sharing that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I know we have another senator with a question. I just, real quick, the bankers are coming to testify after me and unrelated to the question, but we are working with them on an amendment that we believe will be favorable to the bill and are working
And in that regard, Senator, are they looking to amend themselves out as they often want? I see we've got Mr. Enton in the room.
He'll testify. I don't think they're looking to amend themselves out. I think they're looking towards a friendly amendment that would clarify some of the obligations of the banks.
All righty then. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kramer. Senator Reedy.
Thank you. And so to be clear, just to follow up on Senator Kramer's question, if we were to pass this, it would mean that the statute of limitations would be 3 years. If you've already signed up on a cell phone contract, like a cell phone contract, it doesn't, what about current consumers who are in the middle of a cell phone contract?
Yeah, I think the bill is written to be prospective. If that is unclear or if council believes that we should clarify that.
Section 2 of the bill.
Section, yeah, can you show it, point it to me? Oh, yep. Yep, I'm sorry. Steve has indicated that, in fact, it is there. It's not in bolded language, but it's line 6 through 8.
That it has to be prospective.
That it is written as prospective.
Because we would have to purposely put in the bill to make it somehow retroactive.
I think that's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then, so just to clarify, and then moving forward, someone signs, does the flypaper check off, like we all probably do. I know I always read all 70 pages, but many people don't. No, so then they're responsible, the consumer is still responsible for paying the bill on time, maintaining something in good working order if that's part of the contract. All of those things are responsible, they're still responsible for, but then they have up to 3 years to do what?
To bring civil suit if there is a violation of the contract.
So if the phone malfunctions and hurts them, or not to keep going back to cell phones because this
Correct.
covers lots of things, or if there's some other violation of the equipment or the...
Correct. That's exactly right. And in Maryland, I think you guys know this, Maryland is a state, and this bill doesn't change it, that when the harm occurs, triggers is
the clock starts.
The clock starts at the beginning of the contract, but the harm has to occur during the statute of limitations. If your discovery of the harm is after the statute of limitations, you don't get any benefit from the statute of limitations. And this bill does not change that fact.
Okay, and then finally, how it would relate to things, I'm thinking of higher cost, higher end things, vehicles, for example, and of course, Mr. Schneiderman's here, but if you buy a used vehicle and you have a 1-year warranty, that's not the same as this, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'd like to maybe hear more about that later, but I mean, overall, I like this idea as a consumer thing, but okay, thank you.
I think it would mean you'd certainly have 3 years from the time you bought the car. If it explodes or hurts you, or you discover some fraud or suffer some harm, you'd have 3 years to file civil suit.
But it has nothing to do with a warranty. It
No,
has to do with this. Okay, understood. I'm as I often said when I was in JPR, I'm not a lawyer, so just making sure I understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Reedy. Are there any additional questions? All right. We have one person signed up to testify unfavorably. Bob Enton.
Robert Enton on behalf of the Maryland Bankers Association. If I could have changed my sign-up, it would have been favorable with amendments. I've met with the House sponsor. I've met with the Senate sponsor. The main concern that we have with the bill is I don't know what every bank that has a contract with the Maryland consumer has in their contract language. I would look around the room and I'd say, to the extent that anyone in this room is in business, do you have, did you take a contract, your lawyer prepared it, it's 6 pages long, it's with the consumer, and in there someplace maybe there's that language. So the only thing that we would like to do at this point would be to, number one, the thing that, and I've met with the House sponsor as well, and I think he's amenable to addressing these issues, as is the Senate sponsor. The most troubling thing that we see is that anyone who has this clause in their contract is violated the Consumer Protection Act, and under, in addition to the civil penalties, under 13411, if you violate the Consumer Protection Act, on conviction, you're subject to a fine not exceeding $1,000 or imprisonment not exceeding 1 year. That's in addition to all the other fines that you may face. So I just think that this bill goes into effect. You've got a contract you've been using for 15 years, buried in there someplace is this language. The bill's effective October the 1st. And if somebody signs that contract, now you've committed a crime. So we would like to see that language stricken. I believe the House sponsor is amenable to that. The other thing is that because these, there are hundreds of thousands of contracts out there with consumers, maybe millions, is everybody's going to have to check their contracts, make sure that if they need to be changed, get them changed, and then use a different contract going forward without that language. We would ask for a delayed effective date. I think with that, we'd be okay with the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Enton. Senator Kramer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, my dearest Mr. Enton, would there be, I'm trying to find out, it says a court may not give effect to the provision, which I guess is the ultimate goal. so that you don't have a problem with that.
I don't believe I do, Senator.
Okay.
We're going to take it up on our...
It just renders it unenforceable.
Right.
Is,
And all I want to do is make sure that somebody hasn't, you, your constituents, members of different, businesses, groups, haven't inadvertently, committed a crime. That's all.
Understood.
Thank you,
Valid
sir.
concern.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Indeed. Thank you, Senator Kramer. Are there any additional questions? Seeing none, that ends the hearing on that Senate bill. Yep, Cheryl's taking it. Yep. Yeah, she's there. She's there.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Next, we're going to hear Senate Bill 382, Consumer Protection Right to Repair Powered Wheelchairs. And we have with us Senator Kagan, Stephen Sakamoto Wengel, and then 3 virtual members of your panel. Thank you.
My first time in finance this year. Congratulations to our new senator, and good to see you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and colleagues. For the record, I'm Cheryl Kagan, very proud to be the senator for Gaithersburg and Rockville, with another consumer protection bill for you. Right to repair has been a growing movement, and this is very narrow. It would just affect the 30,000 to 40,000 Marylanders who have mobility issues and challenges, including those who use wheelchairs. Currently, they have to, when there's a problem, they can only go back to the manufacturer. And then they are without their wheelchair, which helps them go to work, helps them go out to dinner, helps them go to doctor's appointments, helps them live their full life as members of our community. And so this bill would require the manufacturers to make available to local small businesses in our communities the modest tools or information, but not trade secrets, that would allow the local small businesses to make modest repairs and let people get easy access to their life-saving equipment. Now, sometimes there are sort of loaner wheelchairs that might be offered. The problem is that wheelchairs tend to be very customized, and so there can be pressure sores, balance problems, health and safety risks, or even death. My cross-file partner, Delegate Aaron Kaufman, said, quote, "If repairs are delayed or done incorrectly, wheelchair users can develop pressure sores or respiratory illnesses that can lead to hospitalization or worse." So bottom line is, this will let our constituents with disabilities to continue to thrive, to have access to their wheelchairs, and to move forward with being back in the community. I'm delighted to have the Attorney General and many other colleagues with me. I just want to mention there is one opponent that referenced that they passed language in Tennessee. I just want to mention that this industry organization, the bill passed in neither the House nor the Senate. So I believe that they'll be testifying, but it's a little misleading that their language says that they had worked with folks to pass this language in Tennessee, but it did not. So with that, I do hope that we can move forward with this consumer protection bill to give people with disabilities the dignity and the access to wheelchairs that they need. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, Steve Sakamoto Wengel, on behalf of the Consumer Protection Division of the Attorney General's Office, here in strong support of Senate Bill 382. The division and the Attorney General's Office has been long-time supporters of right to repair laws. The right to repair laws not only give people more options for getting their items repaired, be it an iPhone or a car, or in this particular case, getting a motorized wheelchair repaired, but it also makes those repairs less expensive because there's more competition than just being able to get it repaired by the the manufacturer or the manufacturer's authorized agent. We really do believe that it's an important, especially in this case where somebody is, stuck basically without their wheelchair. And we've heard stories, and this is, one of the things that led to this bill passing in Colorado, of people being without their wheelchairs for years because, well, it was being repaired by the manufacturer's authorized representative. This bill would provide more options at a cheaper rate so that people can get their mobility back. So we urge a favorable report for Senate Bill 382. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess we'll hear from your virtual panelist and then go for questions. So, Daria Pugh.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and Finance Committee members for the opportunity to testify. We appreciate Senator Kagan for recognizing the importance of the right to repair for Marylanders who use powered wheelchairs. I'm Daria Pugh, an attorney with Disability Rights Maryland. DRM defends and advances the civil rights of Marylanders with disabilities. The right to repair powered wheelchairs is critical for Marylanders to maintain their mobility, autonomy, access to community by empowering wheelchair users with the right of choice and independence to maintain and repair their wheelchairs. Our current system for wheelchair repair is deeply flawed. A small number of private equity-backed companies dominate the market, leaving Marylanders with limited options for timely and reliable repairs. When customers face long repair wait times, their entire lives may be put on hold. They may put off medical appointments because they cannot leave their house, risk complications from being bedridden, miss work or family obligations, and be dependent on others for daily tasks. Additionally, wheelchair repairs can be expensive because of the lack of competition. Many Marylanders must pay out of pocket for repairs because their insurance does not cover repairs or maintenance. The solution is to establish the right to repair powered wheelchairs to allow wheelchair users and independent providers access to manuals, software, and parts. This would increase options, reduce costs, and minimize wait times. The right to repair would empower people with disabilities to use their skills and creativity to repair their own wheelchairs. The right to repair is about autonomy and giving Marylanders with disabilities control over their mobility and their lives. Several states have established the right to repair, and Maryland should follow suit, creating a competitive marketplace that supports local business and ensures powered wheelchairs users' safety and independence. For these reasons, Disability Rights Maryland supports Senate Bill 382 and requests a favorable report. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Daria. Nathan Proctor.
Hello, thank you so much, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Nathan Proctor. I'm the Senior Campaign Director with Maryland PIRG and their national network on the right to repair. Maryland PIRG is a nonpartisan nonprofit group with grassroots members around the state that advocates for the public interest. And in 2012, lawmakers in Colorado responded to concerns in partnership with disability rights advocates to pass the nation's first law to ensure repair rights for wheelchairs, and we really hope that Maryland can join them. During the course of that campaign, we wrote a report, which I co-authored, called Stranded, to take a close look at what was happening in this marketplace. And we surveyed 141 wheelchair users from all over the country that use power wheelchairs. And the information was really shocking. 93% required some kind of service in the last year. And 68% of those people had to wait 4 or more weeks for repair. And some of that was as much as several months. And some had to wait more than 24 weeks. So this causes as we discussed, this is very inconvenient. This is a very challenging thing to have happen to you. And one respondent actually wrote in their response, if non-disabled people had to wait 3 weeks or months to get their vehicles worked on, there would be protests in the streets. So one of the main reasons why we have this problem is there just isn't enough repair providers out there through these large national wheelchair dealerships. And we've experienced a wave of consolidation in these markets. But even according to the manufacturers, most of these repairs are quite minor. And 68% of the repairs, according to our survey, felt like their family or friends with the right information and parts could have done the repair. So with that information, I'm hoping the committee can issue a favorable report. And I thank you so much for hearing me out. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Al Jeweler. Al, you need to unmute. You need to turn your microphone on. Unmute. I don't know if you can hear me. Can you? Oh, we lost him. There he is. Can you unmute?
Or turn up the volume.
Or turn up your volume, Mr. Jordan. We can't hear you. He's what?
He's muted.
I know. But, Mr. Driller, you're still muted. You need to, there's a little red dot at the corner of your screen that shows a microphone with a line through it. You need to click on that and unmute.
Can you hear me now?
There you go. Thank you. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. Chairman Biddle and members of the Finance Committee, my name is Al Jeweler, and I'd like to tell you what happens when my wheelchair, my lifeline, breaks. A little while ago, my scooter failed, and I thought, okay, things break. I'll get it fixed. Well, that turned out to be wishful thinking. The company that manufactured the scooter, Drive Medical, had stopped producing it. And because there were no replacement parts, we were in a pickle. Worse, because the information is proprietary and no independent repair shop would touch it, I was really stuck. My only option was to shell out a fortune to the manufacturer if they were to even be able to or be willing to fix it. As a former owner of the Radio Shack at Annapolis and an engineer for WHFS Radio, I spent a long time troubleshooting and maintaining complex equipment, often having to repair and modify systems myself to keep the radio station running. I know firsthand that with the right tools, documentation, and parts, many repairs are completely manageable. The problem isn't that mobility scooters are so complex. The problem is getting the parts and the necessary information to fix them. The manufacturers seem to withhold that information, and because of that, you sort of get stuck having to be waiting for unusual periods of time to get the users to get the manufacturers information and their repair personnel to fix the problem. It's worse with Medicare-owned equipment. There are two types, technically. There's one program where you rent the wheelchair from Medicare. The other is where you outright purchase it through Medicare. It gets complicated, but the repairs are really almost impossible. Medicare won't cover the repair costs, and if you can afford to pay for it yourself, you're looking at an 8 to 10 week delay, because the manufacturers will only allow you to get the work done by their representatives.
Mr. Driller, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We still have a couple more people. Thank you. Matthew Driller.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I was here as a backup for my grandfather, Al.
Ms. France?
I think he had another hearing to go to as well.
Senator Kramer?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Senator Kagan, thank you for what appears to be a very meritorious legislative proposal. But colleagues, as the good Senator Kagan has done frequently, she seizes on moments like this for a public service announcement. And I just want to say that, not to diminish the value of this legislation, but Maryland does have a durable medical equipment program that it may be of use to many folks who might be listening at the moment who are in need of immediate medical equipment. The state provides it at absolutely no cost to the individual, and it can include everything from canes and crutches up to power wheelchairs. So it's a fantastic program. It's a well-kept secret. But our good friend, Delegate Aaron Kaufman, has taken advantage and put that to good use. So very important program that Marylanders, one of the benefits of living in this great state, can take advantage of. So thank you, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the senator from Leisure World for being on top of all that. But let me just say that a loaner wheelchair does not work for everybody. And as I indicated, you know, there are, if it doesn't, I have testimony from my constituent, Jenny Stepanek, who talks about how she needs her breathing tube incorporated. She needs not just mobility, but so many aspects. And when it's super customized, generic programs, as worthy and helpful as that is in many cases, may not work in their situation.
Understood, and I qualified it by saying, but as Senator Kagan loves to do, it's an opportunity for a public service
100%.
announcement on something very important. And by the way, these are not loaners. This is for permanent ownership, should the individual choose to do so. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair.
No problem, Senator Kramer. Are there any additional questions for this panel? Thank you so very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And we have one unfavorable, Wayne Grau.
You're welcome.
Is that you? Or is that me?
Sorry. Chairwoman Vital, Vice Chair Hayes, thank you very much, and all distinguished members of the committee. I am testifying in opposition of the bill, but please let me explain. NCART believes that the right to repair needs to happen for consumers. We do favor that. Our concern is with the medical and the clinical aspect of this. As the senator said, as the other senator said, we're dealing with individuals with high-end, complex rehab needs who have severe disabilities, ALS, spinal cord injuries, and so forth. My apologies, is Wayne Grau. I'm the Executive Director of the National Coalition of Assistive and Rehab Technology. We work with manufacturers and suppliers, but our focus is on seeking to ensure access for consumers so they have adequate access to equipment, but also the support services like repairs. And we thank Senator King for introducing this bill. We support consumers' choice. We're simply asking to work with Senator Kagan. And just to let everybody know, I did meet with Delegate Kaufman, who's the House leader on this bill, because we would like to address the medical and clinical concerns about some parts that could have an adverse medical outcome for consumers if it's not repaired properly. CRT power wheelchairs are Class II medical devices. They're regulated by the Federal Food and Drug Administration. They are prescribed by physicians. And as the senator said, they're individually configured for that consumer under the guidance of clinical folks like occupational therapists and physical therapists and assistive technology professionals. Adjustments or repairs to such equipment can significantly impact things such as small maladjustments having an impact on a person's respiratory, digestive, or circulatory function, or even skin pressure relief, which is incredibly important, okay? Now, we worked with consumer groups in Tennessee and in California to get this passed. There's a bigger issue that will solve an issue called prior authorization we'd like to work with you on, which reduced Colorado by 21 days. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Do I have any questions for Mr. Grau? I don't see any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
That ends the hearing on Senate Bill 413. Brings us to our last bill of the day, Senate Bill 357. Don't get excited. We have a lot of witnesses. So Senator Guile, do you want to bring up your panel?
Sure. Thank you, Chair.
Dr. Andy York, Erica Miller, Vincent DeMarco, Tammy Bresnahan, Larry Zarnecki, and Zarzecki, and then we'll have two virtuals will be Marie Grant and Michelle Everly. There must be a conference of healthcare providers somewhere.
Okay. Madam Chair, it's my understanding that Tammy and Larry are coming over from the House, and so
Okay, so when they get
they'll be
here-
over soon.
Yeah, well, there's lots of time to hear from them.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, fellow members of the Senate Finance Committee. For the record, Senator Dawn Guile here to present Senate Bill 357, the Lowering Prescription Drug Costs for All Marylanders Now Act. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce this bill. I would like to thank the Maryland Insurance Administration, the Maryland Health Benefit Exchange, and the Maryland Department of Health for their endorsement of this legislation, and share with the committee that I am happy to accept the amendment that was suggested in the MDH written testimony that you should have in your packet. As you know, the skyrocketing cost of prescription drugs is a critical concern to the health and well-being of Marylanders across the state. We have all heard from constituents struggling to afford their prescription drugs. And I know this committee is well versed in the ways in which drug prices negatively impact our healthcare system overall. This afternoon, I will share why I, along with many other proponents you'll hear from today, believe that expanding our Prescription Drug Affordability Board's authority is the most appropriate measure for addressing these concerns, and why now is the time to do it. The prescription drug supply chain is crowded and complicated, with cost burdens that extend beyond those directly impacted at the pharmacy counter. The escalating price of medications inflate healthcare or health insurance premiums, place burdens on taxpayer-funded programs, and threaten public health. We know that this is a complex issue, one that requires balancing the need for consumer affordability with the revenue needs of industry entities. Thankfully, our Prescription Drug Affordability Board, and I have Dr. York here with me today, is uniquely equipped to address these intricacies, as it is tasked with reviewing the entirety of the supply chain, ensuring that its decisions take a multitude of economic factors into account. This broad lens is the most effective way to ensure cost savings reach the consumer, while also creating a strong, protective state reimbursement limit that treats all parts of the drug supply chain fairly and equally, leveraging current negotiation processes. This aspect was of particular importance to us as we refined the bill, as there are frequent claims that this approach fails to rein in pharmacy benefit managers or hurts pharmacists. While we agree that there are perverse system incentives for PBMs in the current system, we feel that the statewide upper payment limits are the most comprehensive solution to market dysfunction. An upper payment limit applies to all payments and all purchases, that is, all in-state financial transactions, meaning that pharmacies will stock these products by paying no more than the UPL. For added protection, we've included safeguarding language around the dispensing fees of pharmacies, as we understand the financial burden this community often faces. If passed, Senate Bill 357 will grant our board the authority to examine high-cost drugs and establish statewide payment limits on what all Maryland patients would pay, allowing our board to operate in a similar fashion to our nation-leading HSCRC, which sets hospital rates. As you'll hear from fellow panelists, Dr. Andrew York, in the past year, our board has made remarkable progress toward making prescription drugs more affordable for state and local governments, saving Maryland taxpayers. Much of this work, which has included establishing regulations for drug selection and review, will translate easily to a statewide upper payment limit mechanism. And I am confident that the board is fully equipped to operate with an expanded scope of authority. You will also hear from panelists with the Maryland Health Benefit Exchange and the Maryland Insurance Administration, both on how these costs impact their work and how this legislation would help to provide direct relief to consumers. One of our largest concerns that we heard in the interim was addressing the opposition claim that savings from statewide upper payment limits will simply be eaten up by the middlemen, leaving little tangible relief for patients. We are confident that upper payment limits will in fact do the opposite, both increasing transparency along the supply chain and eliminating the need for opaque rebate practices that are pervasive in our current system. After ongoing work with these partners, I trust that generated cost savings will reach the consumer thanks to protections for Marylanders like the annual insurance rate review and the medical loss ratio constraints. I also anticipate that some members may have questions regarding the outstanding board report that is currently due to this committee by December of 2026, which is set to outline the legality, obstacles, and benefits of setting a statewide upper payment limits. While this report was first required in 2019, the idea of an upper payment limit or rate-setting mechanism was truly a novel concept. In the years since, we collectively had considerably more information on this process, and it is a different landscape. Since the law's passage, 3 other states, Colorado, Minnesota, and Washington, have established prescription drug affordability boards with full statewide authority. Colorado is considerably advanced in the process and is likely to set an upper payment limit this year. Additionally, the Medicare maximum fair price negotiation practices of the Inflation Reduction Act provide a strong framework of how rate setting could be completed. And most importantly, our board has spent the last several years establishing the processes for state and local government upper payment limits, shedding considerable light on how broader action could be accomplished in Maryland. It is also worth recognizing we've seen alarming trends in drug spending since 2019. While industry partners will claim that out-of-pocket costs have remained relatively stagnant over the last few years, that is largely attributable to the growing number of available generic products. When we look more closely, we can see that drug spending is heavily driven by a small number of expensive products, with the cost of specialty drugs increasing 43% between 2016 and 2021. We also know that these price increases on brand name drugs directly affect the out-of-pocket burdens that to many patients with insurance plans that include deductibles or coinsurance. The urgency of this moment is upon us. We should not let a report envisioned by the Maryland General Assembly 7 years ago hold the PDAB back from bringing relief to more Marylanders as soon as possible. Logistically, we have enough learned experiences to move forward without this report, particularly considering this legislation has the added provision that expanded authority cannot be utilized until the board has implemented upper payment limits for state and local governments on 2 prescription drug products for at least 1 year. While the board's initial work to address costs for state and local government entities is commendable, it is not a comprehensive solution to the issue at hand. This session, we once again have an opportunity to help Marylanders struggling to afford the medications they need. In a time when household and state budgets are stretched thin, we must insist that patients are put over profits because drugs don't work if people can't afford them. Lastly, I would like to speak to the fiscal note. As members may have seen, any increase in direct expenditures needed by the PDAB to implement this bill will be covered by a corresponding increase in assessments it levies into its special fund. As for the indirect OAG obligation to the general fund included in the fiscal note, we look forward to working with the note drafter and the affected agencies to understand if, in fact, there will be costs to the general fund, as it is our understanding that all costs associated with the PDAB are covered by the special fund. For these reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 357. I would like to also now turn it over to, if I may, Madam Chair, to Dr. Andrew York, Executive Director of Maryland's Prescription Drug Affordability Board. I've asked him to join us today to share the substantial progress the board has made in the past year, and I trust that his testimony will also touch upon many questions you may have, including the board's ability to implement such an expansion. Dr. York.
Thank you,
Great, thank you. Madam Chair, members of the committee, for the record, my name is Andrew York, and I'm the Executive Director of the Maryland Prescription Drug Affordability Board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. The Prescription Drug Affordability Board staff submitted a letter of information that's available for your reference that explains how this bill will build on the work that we are currently doing. Today, I just wanted to provide a brief summary of our work to update you on our work, similar to the briefing that you received earlier this session. We're currently in the process of conducting our cost review study process on 6 drugs that were selected by the board. If, as part of that process, the board makes a preliminary determination that any of these drugs cause an affordability challenge, that the board can begin the policy review process, which identifies policies that can make that drug more affordable. One of those policies can be setting upper payment limits for state and local government. Right now, the regulations establishing that second half of our process, the policy review process, are currently open for comment until February 2nd, and then the board can publish final regulations after that point. We expect to complete the process for all 6 of these drugs by the end of this year. And HB 424 would require, the bill would require us to make updates to our regulations and processes, but largely builds on the work that we're already doing. If we're able to first successfully implement upper payment limits for state and local government, as the legislation requires, then there's no reason to believe that we couldn't do that same work for the full state as well. Again, thank you for your interest and support of our work, and I'm available to answer any questions that the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. York. I guess Erica Miller, you want to go next?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair, and others for allowing me to share my story today. My name is Erica Miller, and I'm a resident of Baltimore City, and I want to start by saying drugs don't work if people can't afford them. I lost my job because I couldn't afford a drug that allowed me to function to do my job. Several years ago, I was diagnosed with adult ADHD. Prior to my diagnosis, I struggled with a quite busy brain. Working with my therapist, he prescribed me Vyvanse. I remember when we got my dosage right, it was then that I experienced what a quiet mind felt like and was able to excel in my career. During the early years that I was taking Vyvanse, I was covered under insurance, but still faced the high cost of prescription coverage. I went through an unexpected life event. My marriage of 13 years ended, and as a result, I lost coverage and found myself as a single mother faced with choosing to care for my kids and pay the extremely high cost of Vyvanse without provider coverage. I eventually obtained coverage, but the cost was still high. Now functioning as a divorced mother of 2, I had to make family benefiting decisions. Part of making those decisions resulted in me switching to a less performing prescription drug. As a result, during this transition time of trying to find a drug that worked, the executive functioning skills that Vyvanse treated so well rapidly declined. As a result, this contributed to me losing my executive job. I know that my story resonates with many. I represent my fellow Marylanders who are either in or are facing similar circumstances. I cannot stress enough that prescription drugs do not work if people can't afford them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Vinny, would you like to go next?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Vinny DeMarco for the Maryland Healthcare for All Coalition, over 450 faith, community, labor, business, and healthcare groups from across the state who strongly support this wonderful legislation crafted so well by Senator Guile, which would allow our Prescription Drug Affordability Board to help all Marylanders. As Ms. Miller said, drugs don't work if people can't afford them. And you hear that from your constituents all the time, I understand. And that's why in 2019, the Maryland General Assembly enacted and created the very first Prescription Drug Affordability Board in the country. You authorized that board to make high-cost drugs more affordable for state and local governments. You understood at the time that you would come back in 2023 to determine whether or not to expand the board's authority. Unfortunately, former Governor Larry Hogan vetoed critical funding bill for that board. You overturned that veto, but in the meantime, its work was delayed. Fortunately, Governor Wes Moore came into power in 2023. Full support for the board gave them the resources they need. And as you heard from Dr. York, the board is now poised to make high-cost drugs more affordable for state and local governments this year, which will save those entities millions of dollars, which will benefit all of us taxpayers. But that won't help people like Erica Miller, and that won't help the Marylander who has
a prescription for a life-saving drug goes to the pharmacy counter and has to leave it there because they can't afford it. Or if they were able to scrape together enough money to buy the drug, they have to make horrible other decisions with their food, their rent, school for their kids. And it also won't help all of us who see our insurance premiums skyrocketing because of bloated prescription drug costs. For all of us Marylanders, we strongly urge you to pass Senate Bill 357. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Vinnie. Senator, should I go on to Marie Grant in the order this is in, Marie Grant and then Michelle Eberly? Is that the next two?
That's fine with me, Madam Chair. Thank you.
So Marie Grant, Commissioner Grant, thank you.
Thanks so much, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, committee members, Marie Grant on behalf of the Maryland Insurance Administration in support of this important legislation. I think we're all concerned about healthcare costs. And I know in the market that I regulate, which is the individual, small group, and large group fully insured market, we see pharmacy costs consistently as a driver of costs. So for example, for the individual and small group markets, it was the #1 driver in the growth of costs in our rates that we approved in the fall for implementation in 2025. So I wanted to talk a little bit about how, again, for the markets that I regulate, how we would take in upper payment limits once they were in place over the legislation, which has been described as is quite a process. But we have the authority for health insurance to ask really specific questions and to file objections with carriers' filed rates, and assumptions about pharmacy trend and specific underlying issues are things that we can and do ask about, and we would absolutely ask about and ensure that these were incorporated into rates that our major health carriers are filing with the Maryland Insurance Administration. So with that, happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner Grant. And now Michelle Eberly.
Thank you, Chair Vidal, and good afternoon, committee members. For the record, I am Michelle Grant, or Michelle Eberly, Executive Director. I'm Michelle Grant, Michelle Eberly, Executive Director for Maryland Health Benefit Exchange. And I'm here today to speak to the impact of the cost of prescription drugs on premiums, specifically for private pay health plans. MHB recognizes the importance of statewide efforts to address the high cost of prescription drug products. Our analysis indicates significant overlap between the top drugs by spending in the individual market and 8 high-cost prescription drug products initially identified by PDEB to consider for costs. In 2022, these 8 drugs alone accounted for $76 million in spending, equating to 5% of spending on all services in the individual market. Lower prices for high-cost prescription drugs would put downward pressure on average monthly premiums. In the 2025 carrier rate filing, prescription drug costs accounted for 25% of the PMPM rate experience for the most selected plan on the exchange, and that was an HMO plan. Although our value plans try to keep copays low, the high cost of prescription drug impacts the individual market premiums overall. Lowering the prescription drug costs also may decrease costs associated with the reinsurance program based on the number of consumers that would be eligible for that program. It may reduce those, and it also may reduce the total amount spent on claims for the reinsurance market. So for these reasons, we support Senate Bill 357 and ask for a favorable report today.
Thank you very much. Did Tammy make it over? Tammy Bresnahan?
I don't see her, Madam Chair, but I have Mr. Zerzaki here with me.
Well, we saved the best for last. Hi, Larry. Look forward to your testimony.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair. I would also like to thank Senator Guile for sponsoring the bill. My papers kind of exploded in my hand on the way over. So I'd like to start. My name's Larry Zarzecki, and as many of you know, I have a neurodegenerative disease that there is no cure for. The comorbidities have been adding up. October, I had heart surgery, and things were looking pretty good. And now all of a sudden, I'm finding myself quicker and quicker becoming part of the, what do? I have to eat, I need my treatment, and I need to keep my heat and my air conditioning on. And yes, there are times when I have to leave a prescription at the counter because I just can't afford it. So it's not doing me any good. I think it's time that we move forward with the Prescription Affordability Board. Let's please consider untying their hands and letting them do what is intended for them to do and holding their feet to the fire. It's been quite a few years of setbacks and advancements and setbacks. But all in all, I believe it's time. It's time to stop the what ifs. What if this works? What if this doesn't? And I believe you're going to hear a lot of that, as well as I believe you're going to hear a lot of other things today. So with that being said, please give this a favorable decision. Thank you.
Thank you. You did fine without your papers, so don't worry about that. Do I have any questions at all for this panel, including our two virtual witnesses? Senator Kramer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just have a couple of quick questions for Dr. York, if you would, sir. This is a big expansion of the program. Would the PDAB have the ability to implement the full upper payment limit that would be authorized under this proposed legislation?
Thank you for the question. The board is, the legislation seems to build on the work that we're already doing. So the process would look very similar. It's almost just an element of implementation. I do think there would be additional resources required, some additional staff to engage additional stakeholders. The OAG's office flagged that we could use an additional AAG. But right now, our budget's around just over $1 million per year, and our funding legislation allows us to collect up to $2 million per year. So I think that's all within our current purview.
So it's your belief then that the funding mechanism that you have in place at the moment would be providing you the sufficient resources to fulfill the mandates of the new law?
I think the board would want to use the resources within our current cap and work to complete this work. That's correct.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. And Senator Jackson, your first question in committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question is for Mr. Vinnie DeMarco. The drug corporations say that they need to charge high prices in order to fund the research they do on drugs. What do you say to that?
Thank you, and congratulations, Senator. A big fan of yours, as you know, for a long time. Senator Chris Van Hollen has introduced a legislation called the We Paid Act in Congress, which identifies the fact that much of the research for a lot of these drugs is paid for by the federal government. And he would say they can't charge us twice. So a lot of the research is, oh, we're already paying for. They shouldn't charge us again at higher prices. And in addition, as part of my testimony is a report from Public Citizen that shows that in 2022, the top drug corporations spent $22 billion more on profits and advertising and other ways of earning money rather than research. So drugs can be made more affordable, and Marylanders believe that. 83% of Marylanders believe drugs can be made more affordable without hurting research. In fact, at the House hearing earlier, Vice Chair Bonnie Cullison pointed out that one of the drugs being considered by the board for upper payment limits is going to have an ad probably in the Super Bowl costing just one ad $7 million. That could reduce a lot of drug costs. Thank you. Thank you for the question.
Senator Hershey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll certainly give deference to the bill sponsor to be able to bring up the panel that you'd like. I do want to make sure we can clarify one thing. Dr. York, the PDAB has not taken a favorable position on this legislation. Is that correct?
Correct. We provided a letter of information.
Just for a letter of intent. So even though you're with the proponents of the bill, information only. So in respect to that, I do want to go back to the report that the sponsor talked about that is due in 2026. I won't say it's late because it's due in 26, but you did mention that when you came and visited with us in January. And it did seem at that time that the suggestion was that we wait and evaluate what comes on before further expanding the authority of the PDAB. So can you go into that a little bit more on why you, or what your position is specifically with that, and should we be waiting for that before we go any further?
Sure. So when I presented to, and briefed the committee, we just were reflecting the report that's due on our legislation. The staff and board intend on completing that report and are happy to do so. And it answers, I think, 3 kind of key questions around expanding the authority. That provision was put into the legislation by the legislators. And I would say ultimately it's up to the legislators if you have enough information to move forward without that report. So ultimately, we are happy to provide that information to the legislators through the form of that report, or if the legislators have gained enough information in the past 5, 6 years, just through experiences from other programs, then we ultimately defer to the legislator. So we intend to publish that report.
Still going to do it, but it does seem to preempt the report that's coming out if we're going forward with expanding the authority. But I would agree with you. It does seem as though the sentiment has changed some, because what we've heard with respect to what's in place already with the upper payment limits, the question has always been who actually sees the cost savings. And I think that's a big issue that we're all concerned about. And I think every one of us would love to be able to see that patients can purchase the prescription drugs that they are needed. Unfortunately, I think it's becoming more and more disingenuous that we are sitting here with bills that are talking about lowering prescription costs for all Marylanders, because we haven't, or I guess my question, have we seen in other states that have implemented UPLs that cost savings is being borne by, or being shown to the patients and the customers that are buying these prescription drugs?
So the programs that have most successfully, or that are most analogous to what we've done that have completed this work, I would say are New York and Massachusetts Medicaid, and they run into the same issue, it's not an issue, but the same circumstance that we run into when we set upper payment limits for state and local government, in that their patients are paying a fixed cost, usually $1 to $3. So that all of that savings accrued to the state and Medicaid programs, and that's how it would work as we're doing it for our upper payment limits. Right. I think the purpose of this legislation is to look into the commercial market, where patients often do have a broader or a higher risk associated with each of the drugs that they're filling. And I think what we've discussed through this testimony is that, and I think I've mentioned this before, the board prioritizes making sure that any savings that go to insurers are ultimately paid to the patient or passed on to the patient in whenever possible. So again, it's a unique artifact of the fact that we have copays in the state and local government that makes it so that's not directly passed on. It'll be passed on through things like premiums and savings and taxpayer dollars. But as soon as you look in the commercial market and see things like co-insurance, where what the patient pays is based on the cost of the drug, you can see that savings being passed on.
So are you saying that we would have to trust the providers, that they would pass on savings in the forms of reduced premiums?
The insurers would have to pass on the savings either through premiums or reduced cost sharing on specific drugs, through the cost sharing structure.
And again, without knowing that you've put the report in, and again, expecting it next year, one of the things that you were going to discuss in the report were non-UPL policies. And obviously, we're not talking about any of that here, but is the Prescription Drug Affordability Board going to provide any information about where the legislature might decide to act on non-UPL policies?
The board hasn't discussed our annual report. We generally publish that in December, but just based on conversations that we had last year, I would picture them to have recommendations for legislation for the legislator that would be unrelated to upper payment limits. And ultimately, I would picture us to focus on certain areas. So looking, for example, at PBM reform, and then you can have a series of policies in that space. The board hasn't started that work for this year, but I would picture them to do it this year.
Okay. So, but we don't have to wait for the report, obviously, to put in legislation as we're doing here.
That's right.
We could always put in legislation and hope that you would maybe come and testify with information on some of those non-UPL policies. Thank you very much, Dr. York. Vinny, if I could ask you a question. You only provided, your written testimony was just a graph of profits over patients and listed a whole bunch of different things. In determining, again, what patients are going to spend specifically on out-of-pocket expenses, what did you find out when you studied the role of the providers and the PBMs in this market space?
Well, what I submitted in my testimony was a report from Public Citizen that was focused on how much drug manufacturers spend on profits and advertising as opposed to research. That their report is all I submitted. And again, I want to just focus on what Commissioner Marie Grant said, that Maryland patients will benefit through the Maryland Insurance Administration's work to pass on upper payment limit savings on to consumers. Maryland's consumers will benefit.
Well, we haven't got there just yet, but in your review of all of this and being able to make these broad statements that Maryland patients are going to pay less, did you evaluate how the entire three-tiered or three-legged stool system works with respect to the insurance companies, providers, and the PBMs?
An upper payment limit would impact all of them. An upper payment limit says nobody in Maryland pays more than a certain amount, and that would take profits out of the hides of the drug corporations, the PBMs, and everybody in the supply chain.
How would it? I'm sorry, but how would it take profits out? I mean, what's requiring that to occur?
Because right now, under the status quo, if the drug manufacturer says we're going to charge $100,000, everybody takes something off of that. And if the Prescription Drug Affordability Board says no, nobody in Maryland is paying more than $20,000,
right?
That benefits the consumers. The consumers of Maryland are the ones who will benefit from that.
I think we need to do a little bit more research into how the insurers and the PBMs are all working together.
And well, in addition,
because I don't think it's that simple. I think if it was, there'd be a lot more people in here that would be in agreement with this bill. But it's not that simple, right, Vinny?
Well, that's why we're thrilled to have Marie Grant as insurance commissioner, who will make sure that the insurers who are covered under the Maryland Insurance Administration pass on the coverage. And for those outside of that frame, the ERISA companies that are outside of the Maryland Insurance Administration, they will directly have the upper payment applied to them, and they will save money directly. There's a recent Supreme Court decision affirmed that our Attorney General confirmed applies to the Prescription Drug Affordability Board, says that the Prescription Drug Affordability Board can put upper payment limits on ERISA plans, meaning we could benefit all Marylanders.
Mm-hmm. Vinny, I'm sorry again. You mentioned that you had a report that was in our file as well. And that report was who again?
Public Citizen.
Public Citizen. And who solicited that?
We did. We asked them to do it.
Right. So obviously everybody can solicit different reports, get the information that they want. I'm sure that's what you guys did as well too. I have a report from a patients advocacy group, that had Avalier do a report. And they talked to a number of providers, and it was anonymous. So during the report, the providers were able to give some candid responses to that. And one of the things one of the questions that led into it, that the PDABs and UPLs are being implemented in states in part with the intention to lower out-of-pocket costs, right? So that's what we're trying to eventually do, right? We want to see patients pay less. That's the goal, right?
Yes,
Okay.
everybody.
So it says, however, most payers interviewed did not perceive this to be likely. When asked for their opinion on the impact of UPLs on patient out-of-pocket costs, most payers, 5 out of 6, did not anticipate that UPL-related savings would be passed on to patients in the form of lower premiums, deductibles, or cost savings.
Marie Grant will make them do it.
And, okay, so I guess I have to get to ask a few questions there, but that's what we're going to just rely on, that somebody out there is going to make this happen, right?
Senator, let me just build on that, though.
Yep.
The Prescription Drug Affordability Board was designed to help patients and the system as a whole, because our system as a whole suffers when we are all being gouged by high drug costs. It's not just, it's the patient, absolutely, critically the patient, but in addition, our whole system pays more and we pay higher premiums, higher taxes, and everything because of the high cost of drugs.
And you think UPLs will target PBMs and providers as well?
Well, everybody who gains money off of prescription drugs.
I mean, it's, in your opinion, it's the pharmaceutical companies that you think gain the most, but then PBLs and
PBMs, yes.
PBMs and providers do as well, too.
If they make money off prescription drugs, they're affected by the UPL.
Your chart, you didn't have a chart of the, I guess, the vertically integrated industry with insurance companies and PBMs as well, right? I mean, you're aware that most insurance companies do own their own PBMs, right?
Yes.
So we're trusting then the PBMs to report back savings to the insurance companies?
We're trusting our insurance administration to require them to pass on these savings to consumers.
Okay. Madam Chairman, I just asked Ms. Grant then a few questions, if you don't mind. Thank you very much. Ms. Grant?
Good afternoon,
Hello.
Senator.
How are you?
Good,
Vinny's
how are you
talking
doing?
very highly of you and saying that you're going to solve all of our problems. And I just want to make sure that you are on board with that and may be able to explain to the committee how that's going to occur.
Yeah, so Senator Hershey, I think how we would accommodate upper payment limits would be through the rate review process. And I think to some of your questions, a lot would depend on the structure and the drugs chosen by the Prescription Drug Affordability Board. So it's hard to me to speak to too much specifics, but what I will say is that, again, we would ask for individual small group and large group where we do have prior approval over the rates. We would ask companies to demonstrate how they were accounting for the upper payment limits within the rates that they file with the Maryland Insurance Administration. So, and that would be also just to clarify for the markets that I regulate. The individual, small group, large group, fully insured.
Right. So again, you would be able to provide some type of regulations into the formularies and the premiums that the insurers will charge, right? Is that what you're saying?
Specifically for the premiums is what we would be looking at. I think as we think about overall plan design, we regulate road rules there, right? So like, of course, we enforce with respect to Maryland law. In the individual market, as Michelle noted, there are specific value plans where there actually is a dictated plan design, but we would be double checking rules with regards to formularies and individual copays and costs. But I think the real authority here is on the premium side.
On the premiums. And if you are evaluating what other states are doing as well too with respect to this, do you feel confident that in expanding the authorities here of the PBM that you, or the PDAB, that you would be able to see actual savings in premiums and be able to regulate that with respect to the companies that you regulate?
I can say with confidence that we would be able to say how the upper payment limits for the specific drugs chosen would be incorporated into the rate structure. Health insurance rates are complex. So their growth is complex, but we would be asking some very pointed questions and making sure those would be taken into account.
I appreciate your response, and thank you all very much for.
Senator, may I just add, the medical loss ratio is also something we need to take into account here, because no insurer is allowed to spend more than 20% of what they take in on anything other than helping patients. So that will help make sure that when the upper payment limit is in effect, patients benefit. Thank you.
I got it. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Finish, Senator?
I'm reading it.
Thank you. Senator Mounts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had some other questions about the bill and the PDAB, and kind of, the focus of the work that's being done or being proposed to be done. And I believe my questions are for Dr. York. And I should know this more readily because we've talked about it enough, but how many drugs are on the list for review?
Right now, there are 6 that we expect to complete by the end of this year, and we can add to that list. There's no prescribed number as there are in other programs. We will can add them as board has capacity and interest.
So it's interesting. It's interesting there's 6 drugs, and I'm trying to figure out how do we have 6 drugs? Can you explain that? Or why is it only 6 drugs?
The process begins with a list of about 2,200 eligible NDCs. Then the board independently reviews a list of NDCs with a number of different factors that they're allowed to consider, and then they indicate which drugs they have the most interest in. That is then brought publicly forward and referred to something called our Stakeholder Council, which has representatives from all different parts of the supply chain and the public. And then based on the input from the Stakeholder Council, then the board selects from those drugs. It could be all or a subset of those drugs. In this case, they removed 2 drugs from their original drugs that they were interested in to get down to that list of 6.
So to understand the methodology, is it the price of the drug or the use of the drug? Because we're talking about lowering, everyone's prescription drug.
Right.
And we've already had the discussion about what that means, who's getting the benefit of that. But so my question is it the price of the drug that's getting the attention, or is it the use of the drug? I mean, what is the most needed drug, and is that priced accordingly? Is there a methodology between those 2 concepts? And correct me if I'm not being clear.
No, very clear question. I would say the answer is both. We look at overall cost to the healthcare system, cost at the patient level, but a lot of that is often based on the utilization. So the board, in their process, decided not to prioritize any single metric. So just as a comparison, Medicare, when they do their negotiation, they literally look at the drugs that have the highest overall spend to the system. The board wanted to make sure that we could also look at drugs that had very high cost to patients or had very high costs per patient, so either high out-of-pocket costs to the patient or high out-of-pocket costs per patient. So all to say there's a number of different circumstances that may cause affordability challenges, and the board wanted to be able to look at all of them. So when they're reviewing the initial list of drugs, they have access to all of those different data points, and each board member may have their own priority on the drugs that they're interested in working on. But the consensus process that we have and then the public review and input kind of comes to that final list. So each board member has potentially their own priority of list of what are they looking at, high cost per patient. They have their own factors that they're looking at. They present those drugs to the board chair. The board chair consolidates and brings that publicly, and then that's what brings that out. So I would say all of the above is available to the board.
Okay. And I'm not sure if this question is best for the bill sponsor, Vinny, or yourself, and just one person raise their hand. But is the intent of the legislation at some juncture the goal? You always got to have a goal where you're going. Is the intent of this at one day to say that every prescription drug will be reviewed by the PDAB?
I can say, as the original advocates for the law, that was never our intent. Okay. It was always for high-cost drugs. And the goal was to create an entity with experts like our Prescription Drug Affordability Board that would review what drugs are causing affordability issues for individuals and the system as a whole. So not every drug.
Okay, and so then the follow-up to that is, are there drugs that are exceptionally expensive but exceptionally unique that would be excluded from something like this, to make sure that there would be availability? You know, there are miracle drugs out there that most people aren't even aware of until they somehow either find their way to that terrible situation where they need it and it's available. But I refer to them sort of as like a Lamborghini prescription. You know, one of these, it's a shot or a pill, but it costs over $100,000 or something like that. So would something like that be? Are those types of medications, are they excluded, or how does that get addressed?
There's currently no exclusions in our current process. I would just say that there may be circumstances where patients on those drugs may want the board to look at them because they're having trouble accessing or affording those drugs. I would just say in most circumstances, the way our process works is to account for any kind of unintended consequences. So, so the fact that we kind of bring everything public and then have public comment come in, that's the chance for folks to say, maybe you shouldn't consider this drug for these reasons. So it's something that the board would consider in their selection process.
Yeah, thank you. And you've answered my question. I was interested in what drugs, how the determination is made, that sort of thing. I guess the one last question is so if say there is a drug and there is a UPL implemented, what is to ensure that there's still coverage for that drug, to ensure that the insurance provided, the prescription plan is still going to cover that drug, because those change routinely. So if an individual is receiving a medication and then something changes with the price and the negotiation on that very complicated area that was just discussed, well, what's to ensure that that individual, the patient, is still going to have access to that drug? Or is that something that goes back to that complicated situation between the insurers and things like that?
Yeah, I would say it's something that would be addressed through implementation. So this is a question that we would work through with the different stakeholders that we're working with. So, I think to your point, it is a complicated issue. So, for example, if a plan is not covering this drug, is there a requirement to add that to the list? I think those are all things that we work through the implementation process, and then we would expect these to be implemented through well, I guess I can't get too far ahead, but our current upper payment limits are implemented through regulations where it kind of lays out the rules of things like this. So.
Well, I guess a better way to put the question is, would you ever foresee the PDAB setting a UPL and then saying, you shall make this available? This shall be available for, getting into that situation.
I don't think the board has explored that at this point. It's certainly something that I think could be brought to the board to discuss.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Seeing no other questions for this panel, we thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you, Commissioner Grant and Michelle Eberly, for being here.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Next, we are going to bring up Lee Hudson, Denise Gilmore, Lorraine Ericat, and Kevin Kennelly. And these are all favorables.
See if she's ready.
You can begin. Who would like to start?
They have passed me the mic, so I will start. I am Lee Hudson, but I need to begin with a brief narrative, with your indulgence, because I'm representing a spiritual tradition. The kind of work that we do in our spiritual tradition is global. I'm part of a global communion, and we have stood up NGOs locally and internationally to do certain work together, usually with local authorities and private actors. The reason we do that emerged immediately after World War II, when the entire planet was awash in refugees and who were fleeing destroyed societies. So what we do together, we derive out of origin texts, one of which says, "Go into all the world." Two others from texts identified as Matthew and Luke say, to practice this faith, be part of acts of healing. So that's why my community is here today. We are in favor of and advocate for access to appropriate and adequate health care for all people. So I am Lee Hudson. We are the Lutheran Church in America. We have 3 judicatories in the state of Maryland, and we want people to be able to find the healing that is needed. Thank you.
Thank you. And next.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Kevin Canale here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Counties in strong support of this bill. We're here today because we are hearing from counties about rising drug costs, and counties provide employee insurance coverage and benefits for thousands of employees and their families. And so whenever you have spikes like this, it directly affects what they're able to spend on services. This also creates problems with long-term budgeting and keeping costs affordable for, again, thousands of employees and their families. I'll just say that every dollar spent on rising prescription drug costs is a dollar that is not spent on education, the blueprint, roads, and all the other services that counties provide every day. We're looking for some predictability and some flexibility and understanding what these drug costs are going to be. It helps us budget, it helps us plan, and we'd ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Denise?
Good afternoon, Denise Gilmore, and I'm the Legislative Director with AFSCME Maryland. We represent 45,000 state, county, and municipal employees across the state. We are proud to support Senate Bill 357. Me too, much of the favorable testimony that has come before us in the interest of time. But I just want to, on the record say we're very pleased with the progress that the Prescription Drug Affordability Board has made to date. We've been watching through the advisory committee the progress pretty closely. We're particularly happy with the inclusion of anti-diabetics as the initial drug chosen. This is astounding, but anti-diabetics represent the single biggest cost for the state employee health plan. Its net increased over 100% between 2020 and 2024, from $14.5 million to $29.3 million. We have an interest in saving costs, obviously, for the overall state plan, but also to ensure that our members can continue to get quality, quality health care at affordable rates. And we're confident that there's been a very thorough review of the drugs that have been selected before, and we're just eager to see this pass. So thanks for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Denise. And Lorraine?
Good afternoon, Chair Beidel and members of the committee. My name is Lorraine Arikat, Senior Policy Analyst with 1199 SEIU, United Healthcare Workers East. We represent over 10,000 healthcare workers across Maryland, D.C., and representing over 400,000 healthcare workers across the East Coast. We are in strong support of SB 357. This legislation aims to ensure that we are having a sustainable investment from the state as the board expands its impact by setting upper payment limits. As healthcare workers of 1199 SEIU, we recognize that prescriptions do little good if our patients cannot afford them. According to public surveys, individuals with household incomes less than $40,000 per year and those taking 4 or more prescription drugs are likely to report affordability challenges. We know that prescription drug increases place an unsustainable burden on our healthcare system, and the time to hold pharmaceutical companies is now. What we have today is a healthcare system where pharmaceutical companies drive prices higher through their monopolistic market power, with the largest companies spending far more on advertising than on research. So for those reasons, we request a favorable report from this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. That's our last group of favorables that are here. Do we have any questions for this panel? Denise, I just want to thank you for the statistics on the cost of the diabetic medications. That's amazing that it's that large part of the budget. So thank you for that information. Seeing no other questions, that ends this panel. And next, we're going to have a panel of unfavorables. Kelly Schultz, Kristen Parde, P-A-R-D-E, Parde, Kristen, Russell Pauk, Dominic Daniels. I'm going to keep calling until I have the seats filled. Okay, looks like those four are here. Okay, so Kelly Schultz, would you like to start?
Madam Chair, there's nothing that I would like more. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee. It's great to see all of you again. For the record, I am Kelly Schultz, and I am the CEO of the Maryland Tech Council. Many of you know all the statistics about what we do and where we are, but Maryland Life Sciences, we employ over 54,000 employees here in the state of Maryland with over 2,700 life science companies, and we like to represent them as part of our larger ecosystem for technology in the state. Core to our mission is promoting policies that will continue to position Maryland as one of the top destinations in the country for innovation. We are concerned that the proposed expansion of the PDAB's authority runs counter to that goal and sends the wrong message to the life sciences industry. There are a few key points I want to make sure that I highlight. UPLs have not been implemented in Maryland or in any other state, so there is no data or evidence to support expansion. MTC continues to maintain that Maryland should not alter the PDAB's authority until UPLs or other policy actions are enacted and able to be comprehensively evaluated. This bill focuses solely on UPLs. Our member companies continue to urge a more holistic approach to examining all the factors that contribute to the price a patient pays for medication, including PBMs and health insurance practices. For example, MTC supports legislation that would reform practices around accumulator adjustment programs, which would have an immediate impact on patient out-of-pocket costs. We urge consideration of the impact of expanding UPL authority on Maryland's life sciences ecosystem. Maryland should be proud of the ecosystem that we have. We should want to protect that at all costs. It is an area of growth that we are depending on. So I have 8 seconds left. So I'll just say the Maryland Tech Council is very respectful in urging this committee to have an unfavorable vote on PDAB. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to go next?
I'll go.
Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Russell Polk. I am the Director of State Government Affairs for the South and Mid-Atlantic regions for the Biotech Innovation Organization, also known as BIO. I'm here in opposition to Senate Bill 357. BIO is the largest trade association representing the biotech industry and represents emerging biotech companies and research institutes, as well as established manufacturers of the most innovative medicines improving patient care. We have a partner right here in Maryland, which is Spoke, and with the Maryland Tech Council. BIO respectfully opposes Senate Bill 357 because it would expand the scope of the PDAP board to include the payers. The current PDAP was established in 2019 and has incurred costs in the millions of dollars. Despite the 6 years underway and having significant funding, not a single patient has seen or are expected to see any out-of-pocket costs as a result of PDAB. This is because the bill would be expanding a flawed concept of price controls, and the current PDAB is attempting to implement in the form of upper payment limits. Setting UPLs will not lower prescription costs for patients because they do not address the out-of-pocket costs. I'll skip some of mine, but from the supply chain, you can see from setting an upper payment limit will not trickle down savings to the patient at the pharmacy counter because almost all control over the final cost rests with the insurance and PBMs. For these reasons, BIO opposes Senate Bill 357 and urges an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. How about Kristen? Want to go next? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, good afternoon. My name is Kristen Pardee, and I'm Deputy Vice President of State Policy for Pharma. As was just mentioned, despite years of work, no state has implemented a UPL so far, and there's a good reason for that. Expanding UPLs would further disrupt the pharmaceutical supply chain and threaten patient access to medicines. UPLs create uncertainty in a complex system, making it harder for providers to secure medications at state-prescribed prices, leading to treatment disruptions. That's why patient advocates and healthcare experts have urged states to reconsider. There's a growing acknowledgement that UPLs won't lower patients' out-of-pocket costs, but they might jeopardize access. Meanwhile, the PDAP's focus on UPLs has diverted attention from real affordability issues, namely the role of pharmacy benefit managers, PBMs, and insurers. PBMs and insurers determine how much a patient pays. They set the price of the deductibles and the coinsurance and restrict access to medications, not manufacturers. Yet the cost review process and the UPL action plan has yet to address these critical concerns. Rather than expanding the PDAP scope, we urge the legislature to evaluate the possible negative impact of UPLs and focus on immediate pro-patient solutions that address affordability. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kristen. And finally on this panel, Dominique.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. I am Dominique Daniels. I am a Baltimore City resident. I am also a Crohn's patient. One of the medications that will be affected is Skyrizi. So I urge you guys to just really think about this because there hasn't been much talk of a real benefit to the patient. I'm on a biologic medication, and if I don't get that medication, it truly affects me, not just in dollars and what I can do for my daughter, the person I can be, how I show up every day. So it's not just money, it's about access. I fought hard to get to the biologic medication that I'm on, that I'm actually in remission with using. So I can't imagine what the next fight will be if this bill is passed. It has been a long journey, and I speak for so many patients that are affected by these conditions. It is a long journey to get to a medication that works for you, then to have to be told you can no longer take it because of cost. We are real people. Our lives matter, and it is definitely will be life-changing if this bill is passed for us. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question from the sponsor of the bill, Senator Guile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For Callie, thank you so much for coming here today, and I appreciate your testimony. I know that one of the things we talk about, or that you've talked about, is communicating to the industry that the state is a friendly space for BioLife companies. I'm wondering if manufacturers and biotech industries choose their location based on regulatory practices. I mean, how do you explain the May 2024 closure of Emergent Biosolutions in Baltimore and Rockville? In fact, I think their earnings call reported that the company would lay off 300 Maryland employees and instead focus on facilities in Canada, which we know is a country with robust pricing regulations. What should we take from that?
Yeah, I can't speak to the exact causes of Emergent and their closure and them leaving the state of Maryland, but I do 100% agree to the fact of advocating for a friendlier regulatory and price cost environment for any business. And Senator, I would just like to say that this industry in particular, life sciences right now, which is a major part of our growth, I'm very grateful that Governor Moore had announced this at 3 different economic development days that I was at with him since Christmas, and then also in his State of the State address yesterday, that these growth industries like life sciences and technologies are industries that we have to be able to protect and invest in and to be able to grow, because we need that growth here in the state. So I'll just set the guideline right there. That's the boundary of what we're trying to get to. Any industry is going to have difficulties when there is this much conversation that is happening about a further regulation that's happening in their sector. right? We're dealing with it in other sectors as well, in cyber and in AI and, dare I say, data centers. Don't mean to bring that up. Continue about your business, folks. But these are very sensitive industries and sectors that need to be in a growth pattern in order for Maryland to be in a growth pattern. So I do know, I will not disclose who they are, but I do know members who are reevaluating their expansions here in Maryland, not just because of the PDAB possible expansion, but that's a part of it, right? So this fits into a platform of issues that they have to try to work around to see where they are going to get the best costs, the best workforce, and the best partnership with government entities so that they can continue to grow. And I hope that addressed your answer.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but it's also fair to say that there's, biotech companies that exist and are prospering in other locations such as, Europe and elsewhere that do indeed have robust pricing regulations. Is that fair to say?
Well, there's a reason why there are pharmaceutical companies and manufacturers of biologics and therapeutics that are global, right? So yes, there are different regulatory standards across the globe, and there are different reasons. I will leave that up to the pharmaceutical manufacturing experts to tell us, maybe what those reasons are. But there has to be a global presence, and there has to be different ways in order for them to do their research and their development. We're not competing here with a European expansion. We're competing here with the real viability of a North Carolina expansion or a South Carolina expansion, or dare I even say Ohio, who is now in the game of pharmaceutical manufacturings and biological manufacturings, and they're offering lots when it comes to manufacturings in Ohio. So we're not competing on the same level as the Europeans when it comes to the types of businesses that are being attracted. We're competing with our neighbors that have done a lot in their economic development strategy to put together policies and partnerships to attract those businesses to them. And I see it every day. We're no longer competing in life sciences with just Boston and California. Everybody else in the middle is in the mix, and they want a part of the action because they want their workforce to be able to grow. They want their jobs to be able to continue to prosper, and they want growth in their state.
And certainly, though, there's other aspects about Maryland that would draw such an industry, such companies here, such as proximity to NIH and among other things. Agreed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I spent a lot of years promoting the assets that we have in this state in order to be able to attract different types of businesses, in order to be able to create resources for them. But I think it's very clear that having the assets doesn't always help us to get to the top. We have to also be able to provide additional types of resources.
Okay. Thank you very much, Kelly.
Thank you, Senator.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hershey?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Ms. Schultz, I appreciate you responding to some of the concerns of passing policies that become detrimental to businesses that we have here in the state and their abilities and wants to expand. As you just mentioned, we do have a lot of assets in the state, and the governor did just say that he wants to increase economic development within the state. He has focused on the life sciences, but a little bit more on biomanufacturing. So a little bit more on the bigger, expansions and possibly new locations. I would believe that those types of businesses would look, again, not only at our tax policies and where we are, what our corporate tax rate is with respect to other states, but also bills like this that really kind of take away from what they're doing and put more regulations on them. Is that kind of what you're seeing as well, too?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Thank you, Senator, for the question. Because there is no one thing when a business is looking to relocate to another state or expand in another state. So there's an entire process that they go through. Right, you have a site selector. We all know who they are, the JLLs and the CBREs of the world, that are pulling all of the information together that is important to that corporate client and what it's going to take for them to go. And I have sat in site selection meetings where you have a corporate client, and I'll just talk about biomanufacturing for this part of it. One of the most important things for them is, are they going to be able to have a workforce to be able to handle that biomanufacturing? I'll pat ourselves on the back at the Maryland Tech Council. We started a BioHub training center so that we can prepare that workforce of the future. That is a big driving factor for manufacturers in the bio world because they need to know that they can fill those seats. But another really big part of that is, are they going to work with a state, with an administration, and with elected officials where they are going to feel as if they are in an open, friendly territory, or are they going to have to defend their positions all the time? And I think that is increasingly, that advocacy role to be able to represent what their interests are is increasingly important, the regulatory environment, especially in areas where there is so much federal regulatory actions that they have to already be imposed with, right? So they can't do anything without NIH and FDA and USDA and all of the other federal organizations.
But policies and decisions and a legislature that's willing to do that does come into play when they're making their decisions.
Senator, this is probably rhetorical, but wouldn't we all want to go somewhere where we're wanted?
That's right. I appreciate that.
Of course.
Ms. Pardee, I appreciate your testimony as well. And again, you did mention the providers and the PBMs. Should it be surprising to us that both the providers and the PBMs have offered no testimony at all with respect to this bill? Nothing favorable, nothing unfavorable. Do you think that they feel largely unaffected by this legislation?
Well, I mean, they're definitely going to be affected, but they also, frequently don't cover drugs or put them on really high tiers or do, really high cost sharing at 40%. So they will find a way, I'm sure, to still be able to retain the profits. Mm-hmm. Now, the problem is going to be, whether or not they can access it at all. But if they can, I mean, there's ways they're not getting as much money for it perhaps than another drug where they're actually getting, 50% of the rebates. And so, that de-incentivizes the drug that has the price control on it. But you still have problems with, providers who have their medications, some of which, already have them in stock, and then they're not going to be able to get reimbursed at the right price. Pharmacies are going to run into that same problem. So I'm not necessarily surprised that they're not here because they tend to be very resilient with finding ways to still make profits.
Yeah, so maybe not unaffected, but they will find their way around the policies that we create. So, all right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Kramer.
Thank you. Pardon me. Thank you for that, Madam Chair. Let me direct my question, please, to Mr. Polk. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Polk, first I want to say, look, very much appreciate our pharmaceutical companies, all they are doing to help improve lives, save lives, address medical concerns for our residents, critically important. But I hope you also realize that we have our residents back home who, as you heard from the first panel, are struggling very often to pay for their drug prescriptions that they need desperately. And I hope you can value and appreciate that we here as legislators need to try to understand where maybe there's a balance and how do we get to that balance where we're trying to figure out how do we make this work for our residents as well. And, I guess my question for you, and while I've been, we've been sitting here, I just started doing a little Googling, not necessarily a great way to get information, but it seems to be a little bit revealing. For instance, I'm looking at, and I'm assuming this is not a radical site for those folks who are looking to change the industry. The site is called Fierus Pharma, and it has the following as the lead to the article. It says, AbbVie pulls off a hat trick with third straight year as top TV drug ad spender. They're, you know, it's almost like they're bragging about all the money that AbbVie is spending on their advertising. And it continues to say, not only did AbbVie's Skyrizi claim first place in the full year ranking with nearly $377 million spent on 20 separate drug ads, or ads for the drug, excuse me. And then it goes on to discuss all of the other hundreds of millions of dollars being spent on these other drug brands that are on the market. And then, you know, I quickly found a site that indicates that for 2024, the industry appears to be poised, or did spend $22 billion on advertising, and is projected to be spending close to $25 billion, and this is just in the United States, in 2026. So for those of us who are seated over here, we take a look at that, I guess, unprecedented spending on just advertising, and it begs the question, can we not do better for our residents if some of that money were redirected in either a format similar to the legislation before us, where we start taking a look at, okay, maybe we need to bring some of these costs down, but if the industry's not spending $25 billion on just marketing, there is that opportunity under legislation like this to address those concerns and help us find that balance we are seeking in allowing, hey, industry, we understand you have to be profitable, but at what point are the profits and the advertising playing into how the drugs are priced? And I know, again, and we heard some discussion about our friends in Europe, throughout Europe and Canada, how is it they're paying significantly less for the same drugs that Americans are spending so much more money on? And so I'm just, you know, trying to get an impression from you as, from our perspective, how do we achieve our goal of helping our residents? And trust me, I get probably one of the most frequent complaints I get from my constituents is, what are you doing about drug prices? So, you know, from your perspective, help me get there.
Thank you for that question. I think there's a lot into that question. Number one, I think some of the dollar amounts that are being thrown around are a little misleading, but I will say, and I'll let Christy address this as well, she did in the House as well, but a lot of the advertising that you see is direct to our patients. Some of our patients just don't know the drugs are out there and available for their disease states. And so, you know, that's the importance of the advertisement itself. But as far as, you know.
Well, and I don't mean to interrupt you, and I'll ask you to go right back to your thought, but on that specific issue, don't most of our physicians know what it is that we need when we go in? If I go in and I've got this ailment or this illness, do I need to be informed from a TV commercial for Skyrizi that Skyrizi is the answer to my problem? Or should I not be relying on my physician to say, hey, Ben, here's your problem. Oh, yeah, your blood sugar is way off the chart. Here's what I'm going to prescribe for you. And I mean, is the expectation that because I've seen a commercial for Ozempic, I'm going to say, oh, no, doctor, I don't want what you're prescribing. I've seen a commercial with people dancing and celebrating how happy they are because now they're taking Ozempic, and that's what I want. But so that was just directly to your comment just then, and again, I apologize. Didn't mean to cut you off there, but.
No, that's okay. Christy has a lot of data on that from the farmer perspective, but I would just say, you know, it's important for our members to be able to have the patients available out there to highlight the fact that we have some medicines, some life-changing medicines, quite frankly, that maybe they didn't realize about. And obviously, a lot of those commercials say, please talk to your doctor about this. And I think it's up to the doctor-patient relationship in order to get, you know, on the right medicines out there. But I think, you know, that's, you know, can we do better as far as the messages goes, as far as the number of dollars spent on advertising and stuff? I think a lot of those dollars may be not included into the fact that we're talking about not only marketing, we're talking about other things that are spent for this drug, research and development and stuff like that. But yeah, I am sympathetic that way, but it's, you know, it's something that's needed out there, and I think it's important for our patients to be educated on it.
All right, thank you. But I hope you can appreciate and value
absolutely
what we're doing on this side when we look at legislation like that and trying.
It's a balance.
With full appreciation for what the industry does provide to America. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. I don't see any other questions for this panel. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
I have three more unfavorables: Tamika Johnson, Marquita Goodluck, and Elia Horton.
Not ones that we want to leave.
You can start whenever you're settled. Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Tamika Johnson. I have been a Maryland resident for 40 of the 43 years of my life. I'm a mother of a daughter named London, a retired Maryland special educator, author, blogger, and patient advocate. And I'm currently living with metastatic breast cancer. My journey with cancer began at just the age of 13 when I was diagnosed with osteosarcoma. After 18 years in remission, I was diagnosed with stage 2 HER2 positive breast cancer at the age of 31. In 2016, I learned that the breast cancer had metastasized to my lung and my left collarbone, in addition to my lower spine. As a single mother living with metastatic breast cancer, I especially rely on timely access to treatments to stay alive. I learned that the breast cancer had metastasized to my lung and my left collarbone, in addition to my lower spine. As a single mother living with metastatic breast cancer,
Little technology problem, I think. If you're on our virtual, please mute. And I'm very sorry to interrupt you.
No problem.
Thank you. You can go again.
I'm sorry, I lost my train. I'm sorry, I lost where it was. Okay. As a single mother living with metastatic breast cancer, I especially rely on timely access to treatments to stay alive. That's why I'm here today, to express my deep concerns about SB 357, which would expand the Prescription Drug Affordability Board's authority to set price caps on medications. Let me be clear. Maryland policymakers are pushing to expand the PDAB program, even though patients like me have made it clear that it isn't working. If this program is truly about helping patients, why aren't they listening to us? The PDAB has been in place for 6 years, and in that time, it has cost over $3 million. Yet, patients like me haven't seen a single dollar in savings. Instead, we're left worrying about whether policies like this will create new barriers to the treatments we are currently receiving and need to survive. When you're going through cancer diagnosis, you're already worried about a million things. The last thing we need is to wonder if our doctor is prescribing us the best drug for our condition, or if they're choosing a different drug because they'll lose money on the one that's the best fit for us due to the reimbursement cap set by PDAB. For patients with metastatic breast cancer, timely access to treatment isn't just important, it's a matter of life and death. I should not have to worry about delays or barriers caused by policy that's failing the very people it's meant to help. As an advocate, I have dedicated my life to addressing the disparities that patients have to face in accessing affordable, effective treatments. I've seen how policies created without patient input can disproportionately harm communities of color and those with advanced diseases like mine. I urge you to oppose SB 357, Patients are writing letters to the PDAB but are not being heard. How can decisions about our health be made about us? I urge you to oppose SB 357 and any efforts to expand the PDAB's authority because it is unable to meet the needs of the very people it is created for, the patients. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, and I'm very sorry for your story. I can't imagine living with that, but thank you for being here today.
Thank you very much.
We have one other witness. Are you?
Aaliyah.
Aaliyah, I thought so,
Yes.
Aaliyah.
Good afternoon. Aaliyah Horton. I am the Executive Director of the Maryland Pharmacists Association. We are the professional society for pharmacists, pharmacy technicians, and student pharmacists. And I am here, I guess my theme, as you'll see me throughout the session and in written testimony, is here really to protect the ability for pharmacists to be able to practice and provide access to medications. We have some concerns, and I'm kind of here waving the red flag about PDAB and some of the unintended consequences. And when we talk about the upper payment limits, it's about what the state is going to pay. There's no guarantee that pharmacies that have purchased medications are going to be reimbursed for the amount that they've paid for these medications, nor that they're going to get an appropriate dispensing fee. And as we've seen, and the committee knows, this is an ongoing issue that has not been resolved, and there is continued concern about adding something else into the mix that may create more challenges. I've also heard, and many of us were on the House side, there was a lot of testimony about European models and the German system, and I want to highlight that the system in Germany has a statutory framework with a pharmacy markup that covers the drug acquisition costs and covers the dispensing fee. So the pharmacies and their ability to provide medication, counseling, and access, they're protected. And there's nothing in this bill that protects our pharmacists. And we know that there are growing pharmacy deserts, and we're very concerned about that. There have been different medications that have been mentioned. Some of the ones that have been mentioned, our pharmacies are already receiving under reimbursements, and others, they don't even have access to the medications because they're being steered towards specialty pharmacy. And as you heard in the testimony yesterday, I believe it was, the PBMs are marking up those medications by 1,000%. And so we want to make sure that we keep that into context. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Reedy, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I thought I'd ask, Tamika, thank you for sharing your story. And something that struck me was you mentioned, and I was at the start of this hearing, I had another bill I was presenting another committee, but did you say that you talked about submitting testimony to PDAB? When you've submitted testimony to them, correct?
I personally have not, but there have been other patients who have and are not being heard.
What kind of responses do they get from the board when they submit testimony?
They're not receiving responses.
But surely they get to go to the PDAB and tell their story and talk about these concerns they have? Are they able to do that?
No.
My understanding is that you can go to talk to PDAB, but you get 90 seconds?
Yes, from what I've been told is that you do only get 90 seconds if you are able to speak to them. But from what I've also heard is that they're not receiving responses in order to come in or to be heard.
When you were diagnosed with breast cancer at age 31?
Correct.
And I was reading up on the organization that you're a part of. So apparently African American women particularly are susceptible for much earlier breast cancer to come than a lot of other groups?
Correct. Breast cancer is more younger. I'm sorry.
That you're a part of. So apparently.
Please mute. Thank you.
Sorry.
That's not your fault.
People of color, Black women and specifically, are being diagnosed at younger ages and are dying at earlier ages.
And so there's a number of consumer and constituent groups that are opposing this legislation, correct? It's fair to say?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions for this panel? Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Now we have all virtuals. We're going to start out with 3 favorable virtuals. First is Paul Schwartz, I think. Here we go. Any other questions for this panel? Thank you. Timmy, who is that?
It's not letting me start the video. You cannot start the video because your host has stopped it.
Is there a video?
I don't know. I can't see your name, but you're welcome to begin.
Okay, I'll talk. All right. My name is Paul Schwartz. I'm the National Region Vice President of the National Active and Retired Federal Employees of NARF, and I'm here to testify in support of SB 357. Today, over $1 billion is spent monthly on pharmaceutical advertising. Jordians is really swell, the little pill with the great big story to tell. However, as you all well know, it wasn't primarily the pharmaceutical industry that caused this bill not to pass last year. It was the board's claim that they were not ready to take on the expanded authorities. They are now, as they tell us. My main point, though, is that the cost of health care, especially the price of pharmaceuticals in America, is simply unaffordable for many Americans, including many Marylanders. And with the change in administration in Washington, we cannot rely on the federal government to address this ongoing threat to Marylanders. There's even talk of repealing the Inflation Reduction Act, which included the $35 cap on insulin for Medicare, as well as Medicare's ability to negotiate pricing, which had been sought for decades until it finally passed in this legislation. Accordingly, it is going to be up to the state, you, to help Marylanders afford their health care and their prescription drugs. Now, the board is not a cure-all, but it is a major step in the right direction to alleviate the burden of the health care costs and pharmaceuticals. A lot was talked about profit. The board is not there to eliminate profit. It's there to oversee it, including research and development. All that could be factored into the pricing. What can't be factored in is exorbitant pricing, and as long as it reflects a fair market value. So as I'm coming close to the end here, and I do like the idea of lowering premiums. That is a big plus. So I'll leave you with 2 words, as I did last year at this time. Martin Shkreli. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. I'm sorry we couldn't see you, but we appreciate your testimony. Next, I have Sandra Connor. Is Sandra there?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, Sandra, we can't see you, but we can hear you. Would you like to share your testimony?
Yes, I would. My name is Reverend Dr. Sandra Connor, and I'm the president of the Baptist Ministers Night Conference of Baltimore and Vicinity, and I'm thankful for this opportunity to speak for SB 357. I want to just simply say that I empathize with anyone who's going through and have had some traumatic experiences as a result of a drug treatment without getting what they need one way or the other. But I believe that for us as a faith leader, faith component, that we are obligated in many ways from a moral perspective to look to see what we could do to make sure that all of our constituents in Maryland have what they need to stay healthy and stay well. We're concerned about the spiritual well-being of individuals, but also the holistic well-being of them as well. Hopeful that as a result of SB 357 getting passed, we'll be able to lower the cost of prescription drugs, and all the stories that you hear will go away, and that perhaps we'll have opportunities for those who've not been able to get heard to get what they need for their treatment. They too will be served, and they too will have a good opportunity. I'm hoping that also we will think in terms of, it may not be my turn today that has an issue or problem, but tomorrow it might be mine. So I'm going to do whatever I can to make sure that I support that which will serve many of the Marylanders in the state of Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Connor. And next, the last favorable is Danita Tolson. And she's not in. Okay, so now we're going to start with the unfavorables. Lou Thorpe. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and Senate Finance Committee members. I'm Louis Tharp, Executive Director of the Global Healthy Living Foundation. I was born in Baltimore, grew up in Towson, and currently live in New York. We represent chronically ill patients around the world, and I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak for patients. I'm here today to oppose SB 0357, Prescription Drug Affordability Board's authority for upper payment limits. While the title of this bill hints at making medicines more affordable for patients, the reality is it sets upper payment limits on medications and does not directly save patients money. This is not just GHLF's opinion. This was admitted in a briefing given to this committee on January 9 of this year by Andrew York, Executive Director of the Maryland Prescription Drug Affordability Board. Specifically, Mr. York said this to the committee, quote, "For state and local government, it would likely be taxpayer savings," end quote. So no individual savings for patients. Prior to those words, it was made clear that the specific savings do not go to patients. Without clarity in the bill forcing insurers to lower patient costs, commercially insured patients will still pay their same deductible, co-insurance, out-of-pocket, and premiums. They will see no reduction. This bill also very likely could cause health plans to switch patients onto different medications, which a previous speaker today described as worse than her original ADHD drug, Vyvanase, or the speaker who is afraid of losing her Skyrizi. Worse, the costs saved by local governments via UPL may save short-term costs but lead to devastating costs down the road for local governments required to cover healthcare needs for patients requiring surgeries, hospitalizations, and more. Thank you for your time. I hope you will consider the patient opposition as you deliberate on SB 0357.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Bridget Dandaro Surratt.
Hi, my name is Bridget Dandaro Surratt, and I'm an autoimmune disease patient here in Colorado. I have been involved with Colorado's PDAB board, which is highly unresponsive, for the last 2 years. Now they've realized that there will be zero savings for me, and I'm still going to have to choose between rent and medicine if I can even get that coverage. This multi-million-dollar mistake won't save on premiums either. And we now have a situation where the insurance can say, well, we were going to raise your premium $50, but now we're only going to raise it $48. Thanks. The PDAB is the brainchild of a billionaire who installed his own operatives on PDAB boards across the US, creating massive conflict of interest with predetermined outcomes. We are all realizing that the short-sighted policy saves little money because it removes access. Drugs don't work if you can't access them. Operating under the myth that formularies are chosen based on lowest cost is folly. It's based on the biggest rebates and profit maximization. This means that the UPL only makes my drug less favorable for coverage. A study commissioned by Avalier, commissioned by Partnership to Fight Chronic Disease, confirms not only that payers will change formularies, but increase barriers to access like fail-first therapy, more use of prior authorization, and non-medical switching. For a UPL to be successful, the manufacturer has to, and the insurance companies have to say, my bad, we were overcharging you, let us fix that. And somehow I'm very skeptical that that's going to happen. No matter how you try to spin this, understand that PDAPs and the UPL put patients in danger, and they use us as pawns in the war on big health. I'm asking Maryland not to make the same mistake that we did in Colorado that has cost us millions and saved us nothing. There are significantly better tools that states can use to help citizens afford our critical medications. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bridget. Amanda Boone.
Excuse me. Hello, everybody. My name is Amanda Boone, and I am a rare disease patient who has cystic fibrosis, and it is a genetic, what used to be a terminal illness. I say used to be because my life-altering medication was approved in 2019 by the FDA. This medication is called Trikafta. I was one of the first patients in Colorado to go through a prescription drug affordability board review because Trikafta was picked. Even though many, many patients told Colorado State General Assembly and the PDAB that we did not want our drug to be reviewed because we feared we would not be able to access our medication. I found out through my pharmacist that he was concerned he would not be able to stock my medication, and he was also concerned that the medication would not be in the market should a UPL be placed on my drug. It sent me through a world of terror. It sent my family through trauma and terror to go back to the days when I was so sick, I was living in a hospital on oxygen and waiting for a lung transplant. Without this medication, I'm not putting it lightly, I will die. Therefore, you saw the cystic fibrosis community rise up last year and beg the board not to do this to us. The board did not have the audacity to show up to our meeting where we were begging for this. These board members do not speak to the community, and when you do get a chance to speak to them, you get 2 minutes max, kind of like I am getting here today. It is horrible. And all 47 of us in that meeting begged them not to do this to us. Not one patient, not one, asked for this. It does not affect our out-of-pocket costs because of the supply chain actors and what you've heard today regarding PBM reform and the FTC. I'm not sure if you've heard about that report, but there are other outlying factors that affect our cost. This is dangerous. So please, please, please listen to your patients and not just these billionaires that write this policy. Thank you.
Amanda, thank you for your testimony. Zach, I can't say your last name.
No worries, it's a tough one. Good afternoon, Chair Beidel and committee members. My name is Zach Linkwitz, and I'm speaking on behalf of the HIV and Hepatitis Policy Institute, which advocates for affordable healthcare for people living with or at risk of HIV, hepatitis, and other chronic health conditions. While we all want lower drug costs, we do not believe that expanding the PDAB's UPL authority will actually save patients money. Instead, we have significant concerns that Senate Bill 357 could unintentionally restrict access to critical medications and discourage investment in new treatments. HIV treatment has evolved from multiple daily pills with severe side effects to single tablet regimens and long-acting injectables. Continued progress, including an HIV vaccine and even a cure, depends on sustained investment in research. Government-imposed price caps risk stalling innovation, making it harder for patients to access the latest breakthroughs. Beyond the risk to innovation, UPLs also impact existing safety net programs that already make treatments affordable. For example, the AIDS Drug Assistance Program provides medications at little or no cost to over 291,000 low-income people living with HIV. The 340B drug pricing program and Medicaid rebates also reduce costs while funding essential healthcare services. UPLs could reduce the funding that sustains these programs, making it harder for patients to access their medications. Rather than expanding the PDAB's authority, we urge lawmakers to focus on solutions that directly lower patient costs, such as ensuring manufacturer rebates go directly to consumers, requiring all copay assistance to count toward a deductible, and promoting insurance plans with fixed, predictable copayments. In closing, we respectfully ask for an unfavorable report on this bill and encourage you to pursue policies that meaningfully lower drug costs. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. Brandy Chain.
Hi, thank you. My name is Brandy Chain with Pharmacists United for Truth and Transparency. I'm speaking in opposition of SB 0357. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. While this bill aims to lower drug prices, it fails to address key issues that will devastate pharmacies and patients. Without addressing wholesaler pricing, administrative burdens, patient access, and reimbursement challenges, this bill risks doing more harm than good. It does not regulate wholesaler pricing, nor does it regulate PBM reimbursement. It has no infrastructure to ensure a pharmacy can purchase these drugs under the UPL. It does nothing to ensure that pharmacies are reimbursed fairly by PBM, meaning many will be forced to fill prescriptions at a loss. When pharmacies cannot sustain these financial losses, they are forced to reduce services, limit drug inventory, or close their doors altogether. Beyond financial strain, this bill adds new administrative burdens to pharmacies, including increased processing time and a longer procurement process if medications aren't available at the designated UPL. Community pharmacies already struggle with burdensome PBM complexities like prior authorization and clawbacks. More red tape means less time for pharmacists to care for patients, further straining already overwhelmed healthcare providers. For patients, this bill does not directly lower out-of-pocket costs and may reduce access to essential medications. It does not control insurance copays, deductible costs, or premiums. If pharmacies close due to unsustainable pricing and reimbursement policies, patients, especially in rural and underserved areas, will have to travel farther, wait longer, and may struggle to get the medication they need. A law designed to make medications more affordable should not make them harder to access. We all support efforts to lower drug prices, but this bill ignores the full picture. By failing to address these issues, it risks putting pharmacies at greater financial risk and leaving patients with fewer options, not more. We need real solutions that protect both affordability and access, because a lower price means nothing if the medication isn't there when a patient needs it. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy. Michael Egging. Michael.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I'm Mike Egging, and I'm the Executive Director of the Rare Access Action Project. As you know, only 5% of rare diseases have a treatment approved by the FDA. For 1/3 of individuals with rare diseases, it can take between almost 5 years for a correct diagnosis. Half of all diagnosed rare patients are children, and as many as 3 in 10 children with a rare disease will not live to see their 5th birthday. And many rare patients in Maryland travel out of state to centers of excellence for both their care and their therapies. In addition, rare therapies are often provided by specialty pharmacies located out of state because of the small numbers of patients nationwide. Those pharmacies located beyond the purview of the PDAB. And for many rare patients, the cost assigned to their therapies includes not just the drug, as you've heard from other witnesses, but also services related directly to their care. As members of the committee know, prescription medications account for only a fraction of overall healthcare spending, and the list prices set by the manufacturers differ significantly from the net prices after rebates to and negotiations with plans. In a recent study published this year, nearly 50% of drug costs were shown to go to other actors in healthcare, including pharmacy benefit managers and insurance plans. Since Maryland launched the first PDAB in 2019, Nationwide, no PDAB has saved any money for patients or the states they operate in. Not a dime. In fact, Oregon PDAB has recently put implementation of a UPL on hold because of the challenges of both implementing a UPL and ensuring patient access to therapies. We urge you to reject this flawed experiment and instead prioritize, as you've heard from other witnesses, reforms that will lower patient out-of-pocket costs without compromising access to critical treatments. We look forward to working with you on those types of solutions, and thank you for the time.
Thank you, Michael. And the last person to testify is Leah Lindahl.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Leah Lindahl. I'm the Vice President of State Government Affairs for the Healthcare Distribution Alliance. HDA is a national trade association representing healthcare wholesale distributors. Our members serve as the logistics experts within the supply chain. They connect roughly 1,200 manufacturers with roughly 330,000 pharmacies, hospitals, and other points of care across the nation, including about 4,600 sites in Maryland. Importantly, our members do not have a role in setting the wholesale acquisition cost of a drug or the list price, and they don't determine what amount a patient pays at the pharmacy counter. They're kind of just the logistics provider, making sure medicine's there when the pharmacy or hospital needs them. While we understand the intent of the bill, we do have concerns with expanding the PDAB's authority and setting UPLs. The state level UPLs don't adequately reflect how the supply chain operates on a national level. Drug purchases are not made on a state-by-state basis, and improperly implementing this type of UPL could disrupt the timely access of drugs and essential products for Marylanders. Additionally, we submitted a coalition letter for the committee that's on behalf of HTA, the National Association of Chain Drug Stores, the National Community Pharmacy Association, as well as Epic Pharmacies. And the letter shares kind of our collective concern about expanding the authority of the PDAB to have UPL authority, and really voicing our strong opinion that the board should continue its current work and implement that process fully before expanding their role. For those reasons, we are respectfully asking that the committee do not advance Senate Bill 357, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. So, Senator Guile, I see your light's on. You can call out all the people are in the virtual, so if there's someone particular.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for Stephen Newmark from the Global Healthy Living Foundation, if I have that correct.
I think that person was changed.
I could take that question for Stephen.
Okay.
This is Louis Tharp.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Tharp. I appreciate you being here and jumping in. So, I was looking up a little bit. I know that we have a couple patient advocacy groups that have joined with us today. And, I know that we had a woman who had testified from Tiger Lily Foundation, and I was kind of looking up a little bit of their sponsors and partners, and I saw that among them were Amgen and Bayer and Pfizer and Merck. And then I was looking up a little bit on Global Healthy Living Foundation and was looking up your 990 and some other information. Is it fair to say that among your partners or sponsors include Pfizer? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. We have sponsorship from governments around the world, pharmaceutical companies, other patient groups, and other nonprofit organizations.
Novartis, is that one of your sponsors?
No, ma'am.
What about GlaxoSmithKline?
Yes, ma'am.
What about Eli Lilly?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
What about Amgen?
I think we can stipulate to the fact that we work with several major pharmaceutical companies.
Thank
in
you.
addition to governments. I would add, though, that our work for them is always at arm's length, and we are often in opposition to what pharmaceutical companies might prefer.
I'd be interested in seeing that. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Guile. Do I have any other questions for any of these final unfavorable witnesses? The Vice Chair has a question.
I don't have a question, Madam Chair. I just was going through my pile of emails, and I just wanted to note that this is a priority piece of legislation, Legislative Black Caucus. They asked me to let the committee know that, and it's in our bill file. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Seeing no other questions, this ends the hearing on Senate Bill 357. It ends our hearing for today, but stay close because we're going to begin voting as soon as the system gets switched over. Thank you, everyone.